So what I'm going to do in this course is discuss mostly ideas that are already in the book called The Emotion Machine. I'm sorry I used that title. And the older book called The Society of Mind, which are, the books are not quite the same. They overlap a bit in material, but they're sort of complementary. I like the old one better because the chapters are all 1 page long, and they're moderately independent. So if you don't like one, you can skip it. The new book is much denser, and it has a smaller number of long chapters, and I think it's over the years, I got lots of reactions from young people in high school, for example, almost all of whom liked The Society of Mind and found it easy to read and seemed to understand it. There are lots of criticisms by older people who maybe some of them found it harder to put so many fragments together, who knows. But most of this class, most of the things I'd like to say are in those books, so it's really like a big seminar, and my hope is that everyone who comes to this class would have a couple of questions that they'd like to discuss, and if I can't answer them, maybe some others if you can. So I'd like to think of this as a super seminar, and normally I don't prepare lectures, and I just start off asking if there are any questions, and if they're not, I get really pissed off because but anyway, I'm going to start with a series of slides. So why do we need machines? And partly, there are a lot of problems. Unlike most species or kinds of animals, humans have only been around a few million years, and they're very clever compared to other animals. But it's not clear how long they will last. And when we go, we might take all the others with us. So there are a whole set of serious problems that are arising because there are so many humans. And here's just a little list of things. There's a better list in a book by the Astronomer Royal, Martin Lees, of England. Anybody know the title?
Our Final Hour?
Yes, Our Final Hour. It's a slightly scary title. And when I was a teenager, World War II came to an end with the dropping of two atomic bombs on Japan. And I didn't believe the first one was real because it was in Hiroshima. So I assumed that the U.S. had somehow made a big underwater tanker with 20,000 tons of TNT and some few grams of radium or something, and blown it up in the harbor. And first it flew an airplane over, dropping some little thing. And this was to fool the Japanese into thinking that we have an atomic bomb. But when they did it again over Nagasaki, that wasn't feasible. So, and when I was in grade school, sometimes if I said something very bright, I would hear a teacher saying, maybe he's another J. Robert Oppenheimer, because that was the name of a scientist who had been head of the Manhattan Project, and he was, I think, 3 or 4 years earlier in grade school than I was. And I thought it was very strange for a person to have a first name as just being a letter rather than a name. And many years later, when I was at Princeton in graduate school, I met the Robert Oppenheimer, and that was a great pleasure. And in fact, he took me to lunch with a couple of other people I admired, namely Gödel and Einstein, which was very exciting, except I couldn't understand Einstein because I wasn't used to people with a strong German accent. But I understood Gödel just fine. And after that lunch was over, I went and spent about a year learning about Turing machines and trying to prove theorems about them and so forth. So anyway, in the course of these talks, we'll run across a few of these people, and here's a big list of the people that I'm mostly indebted to for the ideas in the Society of Mind and the Emotion Machine. The ones in blue are people I've actually met. It would be nice to have met Aristotle, because no one really knows much about him, but you really should read. Just skim through some of that and you'll find that this is a really smart guy. We don't know if he wrote this stuff or if it were compiled by his students, like a lot of Feynman's writing is, and von Neumann's writing is edited from notes by their students. And anyway, the astonishing thing about Aristotle is that he seems to be slightly more imaginative than most cognitive scientists you'll run into in the present day. It would have been nice to know Spinoza and Kant and the others also. Freud wrote 30 or 40 books, so did he fall off this list? There he is. I just made this list the other day, and I was looking up these people to find their birthdays and stuff. Yes?
Why are there no Eastern philosophers or Eastern?
Because they're religious, as far as I can see.
Religious?
Well, who would you say Buddha?
No, I mean, just Eastern thinkers. How about that?
Name one. Maybe I never heard of them.
I don't know, Confucius?
Who?
Confucius?
Confucius.
Or, pre-Qing dynasty, there are a lot of thinkers, great thinkers from China, so.
Well, I only know of them through aphorisms. Single proverbs. But I don't know that Confucius had a theory of thinking. Do you think he did?
There are a lot of different schools of thoughts, and I think they do have theory of thinking, I think.
Well, I've looked at Buddhist theories, and their I don't think they would get a C+. And one problem is that there are cultures, there's something about Greek culture because it had science, it had experiments. Somebody has a theory and they say, and like Epimenides, Lucretius, somewhere in the Society of Mind, I think I quoted Lucretius about translucent objects. And he says they have the particular appearance because the rays of light bounce many times before they get to the surface, so you can't tell where they started. And I don't find in Eastern philosophy theories that say, here's what I think and here's a reason why. I've looked at Buddhist stuff, and it's strange lists of psychological principles, every one of which looks pretty wrong, and they make nice two-dimensional diagrams, but no evidence for any of them. So I don't know whether to take it seriously.
I think a lot of thinkers, I mean, knowledge is from observation, and you're right that in some of them probably didn't really test it because a lot of the ideology cannot be tested. On the other hand, there are scientists in like.
But what can't be tested?
I mean, some of the ideologies probably.
Then why,
I don't know. Like,
if they can't be tested, why should one look at it
right,
twice?
test it in terms of, some can be logically, I don't know. Like culture, can you test culture?
Okay, I think this is a serious argument. It seems to me that science began a little bit in China, a little bit in India. In the Arabic world, they got up to the middle of high school algebra. But then, what?
That's the foundation.
Well, but this wasn't as good as Archimedes, who got to the beginning of calculus. So if you look at most cultures, they never got to the critical point of getting theories, doing experiments, discussing them, and then throwing them out. And so if you look at Buddhist philosophy, it's 2,500 years old. If you look at Greek physics, yes, Archimedes almost got calculus, and he got lots of nice principles. And Buddha mentions at some point, if you want to weigh an elephant, put him in a boat, and then take the elephant out and put rocks in till the boat sinks to the same level. So there you see a good idea. But if you look at the history of the culture, if people still say this 1,000-year-old stuff is good, then you should say, no, it's not.
By the way, the same story about the elephant, there's like a story in Chinese history that has the same,
Sure.
telling. I mean, it's, I don't think, maybe there's no one person that gets
No,
all
the
the
question is, why did it stop? Why did it stop? Ancient wisdom is generally not very good, and we shouldn't respect it for too long. And that's...
You have to look into the past, where everybody's standing on giant's shoulder, right? So.
No, everybody... no, we got rid of alchemy, we got rid of... what do you call it? What's caloric? You jump off their shoulder. You don't stay on them. So it's good to know history, but if the history doesn't get anywhere, then you don't want to admire it too much because you have to ask, why did it stop? What went wrong? And usually it went wrong because barbarians came in and, well, you know what happened to Archimedes. Some Roman killed him. But anyway, no, it's good. It's a good question. Why didn't science happen 1 million years ago, because humans are 5 million years old. So what took it so long? And
Like in private?
no, it's
After
more.
I study a little
Sure.
more. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a theory of why science didn't develop for so long? In most cultures, it might be religion, which is a sort of science that doesn't use evidence and in fact kills people who try to get it. And so there are systematic reasons why most cultures failed, and maybe somebody has written is there a book on why science disappeared except once? It's a rather remarkable, isn't it? After all, the idea, if somebody says something and somebody else says, okay, let's do an experiment to see if that's right, you don't have to be very bright. So how come it didn't happen all the time everywhere? Curious.
I don't know the answer to that, but I know Paul Davies has sort of an anecdote about that, where he's speculating, even in Europe, where it did happen, was it a fluke? And I think he gives the example of, suppose an asteroid or a comet crashed in Paris in, I forget what year he gives me, 1150 or 1200 or something. Then what? Would science simply have never developed anywhere? He just sort of raised it as a thought problem.
Well, history is full of flukes. I'm trying to remember who wrote that nice book about the plague. Some woman. And she mentions that this was spread by rats and fleas or something, and 30 or 40% of the population of many countries in Europe died. And the next generation had a lot of furniture. The standard of living went way up. So, so anyway, here's a list of disasters and come on. And Martin Rees is the Royal Astronomer and has that book about the last hour or whatever. And I'm making another longer list, but he has lots of obvious disasters, like some high school student looks up the genetic sequence for smallpox virus has been published. And now you can write a list of, of nucleotides and send it somewhere, and they'll make it for about 50 cents or $1 per nucleotide. So for a couple of $100, you can make a virus, or a few hundred. And so one possibility is that some high school student makes some smallpox, only gets it wrong, and it kills everyone. So there are lots of lots of disasters like that, and no one knows what to do about that because the DNA synthesis machinery is becoming less and less expensive, and probably the average rich private high school could afford one. So there are lots of other things that could happen. But one particular one is this graph, which I just made up. An interesting fact is that since 1950, when the first antibiotics started to appear, as I mentioned, I was a kid in the 1940s, and penicillin had just hit the stands, and there wasn't much of it. And there was a researcher lived a few blocks from us whose dog had cancer, and so its father, I don't know what you call the owner of a dog, sneaked some penicillin out of the lab and gave it to the dog, who died anyway. But he said, well, nobody's tried penicillin on cancer yet. Maybe it will work. And a lot of people were mad at him because he probably cost some human its life, but he said he might have saved 1 billion humans their lives. So ethics. Ethicists are people who give reasons not to do things. And I'm not saying they're wrong, but it's a funny job. So anyway, since that sort of thing happened and medicine began to advance, people have been living 1 year longer every 12. So it's 60 years since 1950. So that's 5 of those 6. So they're living 6 or 7 years longer now than they were when I was born. And somebody mentioned that curve stopped the last few years for other reasons. But anyway, if you extrapolated that, you find that the lifespan is going to keep increasing. How much, we don't know. Another problem is that you might discover enough about genetics to get rid of most of the serious diseases. Maybe just 20 or 30 genes are responsible for most deaths right now. And if you could fix those, which we can't do yet, there's no way to change a gene in a person because invading all the cells is pretty massive intervention. But we'll get around that. And then it might be that people will suddenly start living 200 or 300 years. At some point, the population has to slow down, and so you can only reach equilibrium with 1 child per family, and probably less than that. And so all the work has to be done by 200 or 300-year-olds, and let's hope they're good and healthy. So anyway, I think it's very important that we get smart robots because we're going to have to stem the population, and I hope people will live longer and blah, blah, blah. And so these robots have to be smart enough to replace most people. And how do you make something smart? Well, artificial intelligence is the field whose goal has been to make machines that do things that we regard as smart or intelligent or whatever you want to call it. And the idea of seriously making machines smart has roots that go back to a few pioneers like Leibniz, who wrote about automata and that sort of thing. But the idea of a general-purpose computer didn't appear till the 1930s and 40s in some sense. The first form of the general-purpose computer appears really in the 1920s and 30s with the work of a mathematician Emil Post at NYU, who I happened to never meet, but we had some friends in common. And he had the idea of production rules and basically rule-based systems and proved various theorems about them. Then Kurt Gödel showed that if you had something like a computer or a procedure that had the right kinds of rules, it could compute all sorts of things, but there were some things it couldn't compute, unsolvable problems, and that became an exciting branch of mathematics. And the star thinker in that field was Alan Turing, who invented a very simple kind of universal general-purpose computer. Instead of a random access memory, it just had a tape which it could write on and read and change symbols. and would go back and forth. And if it's in state X at, say, symbol Y, it will print symbol Z over the X and move to the left or right. And just a bunch of rules like that was enough to make a universal computer. And so from about 1936, it was sort of clear to a large mathematical community that these were great things, and a couple of general purpose light computers, very simple ones, were built in the 1930s and more in the 1940s. And in the 1950s, big companies started to make big computers, which were rooms full of equipment. But as you know, most programs could only do some particular thing, and none of them were very smart. Whereas a human can handle lots of kinds of situations, and if you have one that you've never seen before, there's a good chance you'll think of a new way to deal with that, and so forth. And so how do you make a machine that doesn't get stuck almost all the time? And I like to use the word resourcefulness, although I left an R out of that one. Ugh. Is there a shorter word? So here's a good example, my favorite example, of a situation where a person is born, more or less, with a dozen different ways of dealing with something. And the problem that I imagine that you're dealing with is this. My favorite example is I'm thirsty, so I see that glass of water, and I do that and get it. Actually, I am. On the other hand, if I were here, I would never in a whole lifetime do this. You never walk out a window by mistake. We're incredibly reliable. So how do I know how far it is? And that slide shows you 12 different ways that your vision system, that's only your vision system, has to measure distances. So gradients, if things are sort of blurry, then they must be pretty far away. That's sort of on a foggy day outside. And, here's a situation. If you assume those are both chairs of the same size, then you know that this chair is about twice as far away as that, although you don't, well, and you know how far away they are pretty much by the absolute size. If you have two eyes that work well, then if something is less than 30 feet away, you can make a pretty good estimate of its distance by focusing both eyes on some feature, and your brain can tell how far apart your eyes are looking. So there's 12 different things. It's more than you need. Lots of people are missing half of those. Lots of people have very poor vision in one eye. Some people cannot fuse stereo images, even though both eyes have 20/20 vision. And in some cases, nobody knows why they can't do that. I think I once took a test for being a pilot, and they wanted to be sure you could do stereo vision, which seemed very strange because if you're in an airplane and you're less than 30 or 40 feet away from something, it's too... then yes, you can't use stereo. You could use stereo, but it's too late. So anyway, that's interesting. See if you can think of an example where a person has even more 12 of these. But it's pretty amazing, isn't it? That's more redundancy. This is too hard to read, but somehow I found in an Aristotle essay the idea that you should represent things in multiple ways. You might describe a house, one person might describe a house as a shelter against destruction by wind, rain, and heat. Another might describe it as a construction of stones, bricks, and timbers. But a third possible description would say it was in that form, in that material, with that purpose. So you see there's two different descriptions. One is the functional description, it's a shelter. The second one is a structural description, how it's made. And Aristotle says, which is the better description? And he dismisses the material one or the functional one. Is not rather the person who combines both in a single statement. And then I found a paragraph by Feynman who says every theoretical physicist who is any good knows 6 or 7 different ways to represent exactly the same physics. And you know that they're all equivalent, and but you keep them all in your head, hoping that they will give you different ideas for guessing. I should put more dots. Anyway, that whole argument is to say that the interesting thing about people is that they have so many ways to do things and perceive things and think of things. And in some cases, we even know that there are different parts of the brain that are involved in one aspect or another of constructing those different representations or descriptions. If you look at one of my favorite books, weighs about 20 pounds. It's the book on the nervous system by Kandel and Schwartz. And the index to that book is quite a lot of pages long, and it mentions 400 different structures in the brain. So the brain is not like well, I shouldn't make fun of the liver, because for all I know, the liver has 400 different mini processes for doing things. But the brain has distinguishable areas that seem to perform several hundred different functions, and with a microscope, at first they all look pretty much the same, but if you look closely, you see slightly different patterns of how the most layers of the cortex of the brain, most parts of it have 6 layers, and each has a population of different kinds of cells. There are a lot of cross connections up and down and sideways to other. They're arranged in columns of between 400 and 1,000 cells, and you have a couple of million of those. And there are lots of differences between the columns in different areas, and we know some of the functions. Most cases, we don't know much about how any of them actually work, with the main exception of vision, where the functions of the cells in the visual cortex are fairly well understood at low levels. So we know how that part of the brain finds the edges and boundaries of different areas and textures and regions of the visual field. But we do not know even a little bit about how the brain recognizes something as a chair and an overhead projector and a CRT screen and that sort of thing. So the kind of question that I got interested in was, how can you have a system which has a very large number of different kinds of computers, each of which by itself might be relatively simple, or might not, I suppose, and how could you put them together into a larger system which could do things like learn language and prove theorems and convince people to do things that they would never have dreamed of doing 5 minutes earlier and stuff like that. Now, the first sort of things I was interested in was, in fact, how to simulate simple kinds of nerve cells, because in the 1950s, there was about almost 100 years, really more like 50 years of science discovering things about neurons and nerve cells, the axons and dendrites that they use to communicate with other neurons. So if you go back to 1890, you find a few anatomists discovering some of the functions of, or connections of neurons in the brain, and you find a few experimental physicists. There was no oscilloscope yet, but there were very high-gain galvanometers which could detect pulses going along a nerve fiber, and by 1900 it was pretty clear that part of the activity in a nerve cell was chemical and part was electrical, and by 1920 or 30, with the cathode ray tube appearing, mostly because of television, but it became possible to do a lot of neurophysiology by sticking needles in brains. The vacuum tube appears around 1900, and you can make amplifiers that can see millivolts and then microvolts. So in the beginning of the 20th century, there was lots of progress. By 1950, we knew a lot about the nervous system, but we still don't know much about how you learn something in the brain. It's quite clear that the things called synapses are involved. The connections between two neurons become better at conducting nerve impulses under some conditions. But no one knows how higher level knowledge is represented in the brain yet. And the Society of Mind book had a lot of theories about that. And in particular, there was a theory called K-lines, knowledge lines or something, that came partly from me and partly from a couple of other researchers named David Waltz and Jordan Pollack. And that's a sort of nice theory of how neural networks might remember higher level concepts. And for some reason, although that kind of work is from around 1980, which is 30 years ago, it has not hit the neuroscience community. So if you look at the Emotion Machine book, or the Society of Mind in Amazon, you might run across a review by a neurologist named Richard Restak, who says that Minsky makes up a lot of concepts like K-lines and micronemes and stuff like that that nobody's ever heard of, and there's no evidence for them, and he ignores the possibility that it isn't the nerve cells in the brain that are important, but the supporting tissues called glia, which hold the neurons up and feed them. And he goes on for a couple of insane paragraphs. It's very interesting because it doesn't occur to him that you can't look for something until you have the idea of it. And so here's this 30-year-old idea of K-lines. And go and ask your favorite neuroscientist, what it is. And he said, oh, I think that's some AI thing, but where's the evidence for it? What do you suppose is my reaction to that? Who's supposed to get the evidence? So it seems to me that there's a strange field in neuroscience, which is that it doesn't want new ideas unless you've proved them. So I try to have conversations with them, but get somewhat tired of it. Anyway, but in this course, I'm taking the opposite approach, which is that we don't want a theory of thinking. We want a lot of them because probably psychology is not like physics. What's the most wonderful thing about physics? The most wonderful thing is that they have unified theories. There wasn't much of a unified theory until Newton, and he got these 3 laws, wonderful laws. One was the gravitational idea that bodies attract each other with a force that's the inverse square of the distance between them. Another is that kinetic energy is conserved. I forget what the third one is. Oh, equal reaction is equal and opposites. If two things collide, they transfer equal amount of momentum to both. There was a little problem up to Newton's time. Galileo got some of those ideas. And my impression from reading him is that he has a dim idea that there are 2 things around. There's kinetic energy, which is mv, and there's, momentum is mv, and there's kinetic energy, which is mv squared. And he doesn't have the clear idea that there are 2 different things here, and you can't blame him. I would think, well, you wouldn't think that two quantities would combine in 2 different ways to make 2 important different concepts. Well, that got clear to Newton somehow, and Galileo is a bit muddled, although he gets almost all the consequences of those things right, but he doesn't get the orbits and things to come out. Well, anyway, what's happened in artificial intelligence, like most fields, is that people said, well, let's try to understand thinking and psychology, and let's use physics as our model. And so what we want is to get a very small number of universal laws. And a lot of psychologists struggled around to do that, and then they gradually separated so that there were some psychologists like Bill Estes, who worked out some very nice mathematical rules for reinforcement-based learning. Got a simple rule. If you designed an experiment right, it predicted pretty well how many trials it would take a rat or a pigeon or a dog or whatever to learn a certain thing from trial and error. And Estes got a set of 4 or 5 rules which looked like Newton's laws. And if you designed your experiment very carefully and shielded the animal from noise and everything else, which is what a physicist would do for a physics experiment. The reinforcement theories got some pretty good models of how to make a machine learn, but they weren't good enough. So here's a whole list of things that happened in the early years of cognitive psychology when people were trying to make theories of thinking and they were imitating the physicists. By physics envy, to borrow a term of Freud, the idea is, can you find a few simple rules that will apply to very broad classes of psychological phenomena? And this led to various kinds of projects. Lots of neural network and reinforcement and statistical based methods led to learning machines that were pretty good at learning in some kinds of situations. And they're becoming very popular, but I don't like them because if you have a lot of variables, like 50 or 100, then to use a probabilistic analysis, you have to think of all combinations of those variables. Because if two of them are combined in something like an exclusive OR manner, I just put the light pen in a pocket. It's either in a left pocket or a right pocket. Can't be both. That's an XOR. That will cause a lot of trouble to a learning machine. And if there are 100 variables, there's no way you could decide which of the 2 to the 100th Boolean combinations of those variables you should think about. And so lots of statistical learning systems are good for lots of applications, but they just won't cut it to solve hard problems where the hypothesis is a little bit complicated and has 7 or 8 variables with complicated interactions. So most statistical learning people assume that if you get a lot of partial ones, then you can look for combinations of ones that have high correlations with the result. Then you can start combining them and things get better and better. However, if mathematically, if an effect you're looking for depends on the exclusive OR of several variables, there's no way to approach that by successive approximations. If any one of the variables is missing, there won't be any correlation of the phenomenon with the others. Anyway, that's a long story, but I think it's worth complaining about because almost all young people who start working on artificial intelligence look around and say, what's popular? Statistical learning. So I'll do that. That's exactly the way to kill yourself scientifically. You don't want to get the most popular thing. You want to see, what am I really good at that's different, and what are the chances that that would provide another thing? So end of long speech. Another problem in the last 30 years, and I'm sort of, as you'll see during my lectures, I think a lot of wonderful things happened between 1950, when the idea of AI first got articulated, 1950s, and then the 20 years after that, from 1960 to 1980, a lot of early experiments, and I'll show you some of them, looked very promising. In fact, they may be, here we go. 1961, Jim Slagle was a young graduate student here at MIT. He was blind. He had gotten some retinal degeneration thing in his first or second year of high school. He was told that he would lose all his vision and there was no treatment or hope. So he learned Braille while he could still see. And when he got to MIT, he was completely blind. But there was a nice big parking lot in Technology Square, and he would ride a bicycle, and people like Sussman and Winston and whoever was around would yell at him, telling him where the next obstacle would be. And Jim got better and better at that, and nothing would stop him. And he decided he would write a program that, I wrote a program that would take any formula and find its derivative. It was really easy because they're just about 5 rules, like if there's a product UV, then you compute U times the derivative of V and plus V times, U dV plus V du. So I wrote a 20-line Lisp program that did all the algebraic expressions. And what it would do is put D's in and then at the right place, and then it would go back through the expression again. Wherever it saw a D, it would do the derivative of the thing after that, and nothing to it. So Slagle said, well, I'll do integrals. And we all said, well, that's very hard. Nobody knows how to do it. And in fact, in Providence, at the home of the American Mathematical Society, there is a big library called the Bateman Manuscript Project, which has been collecting all known integrals for 100 years. And when anybody finds a new integral that they can integrate in closed form, they send the formulas to the Bateman Manuscript Project. And some hackers there have developed ways to index it, so if you had an integral and you didn't know how to integrate it, you could look it up. And that was pretty big. I should say that Slagle succeeded in writing a program that managed to do all of the kinds of integrals that one usually found on the first-year calculus course at MIT, and got an A in those. Couldn't do word problems. And the uncanny thing is that if it was a problem that usually took a MIT student 5 or 10 minutes, Slagle's program would take 5 or 10 minutes. It's running on a IBM 701 with 20 millisecond cycle time. It's incredibly slow. You can type almost that fast. And 16K of words of memory. So there's no significance whatever to this accident of time. It would now take a microsecond or so, be 100 million times, 1,000 million times faster than a student. Quite remarkable. I don't have a slide. Joel Moses, then Slagle went and graduated. Joel Moses was another student who was, is he provost now or what? What? He got tired of it. A terrific student, and he set up a project called Maxima for Project Mac, symbolic something or other, algebra, and got people, several people all over the country working on integration, and at some point a couple of them, Bobby Cavanis and forget the other one, found a procedure that could in fact integrate everything, every algebraic expression that can be integrated in closed form. I forget the couple of constraints on it. And that became a widely used system. It ultimately got replaced by Stephen Wolfram's Mathematica, but Maxima was sort of the world-class symbolic mathematician for quite a few years. And Moses mentioned to me he had read Slagle's program thesis, and it took him a couple of weeks to understand the 2 pages of, or 3 pages of Lisp that Slagle had written, because being blind, Slagle had tried to get the thing into as compact a form as possible. But that's symbolic. It's too easy. Here's a more ambitious one, which is 3 years later. Dan Bobrow, who is now a vice president doing something at Xerox. And it solved problems like this. The gas consumption of my car is 15 miles per gallon. The distance between Boston and New York is 250 miles. What is the number of gallons used on a trip between Boston and New York? And it chomps away and solves that. It has about 100 rules. It doesn't really know what any of those words mean, but it thinks that the word is equals. The distance between, doesn't care what Boston and New York is. It has a format thing which says the distance between 2 things. And it never bothers to, you see, because the phrase Boston and New York occurs twice in the example, it just replaces that by some symbol. It was fairly remarkable, and generally, if you had an algebra problem and you told it to Bobrow, Bobrow could type something in and it would solve it. If you typed it in, it probably wouldn't, but it was, it had more than half a chance, or less, about half a chance. So it was pretty good. And if you look at an out-of-print book I compiled called Semantic Information Processing, most of Bobrow's program is in that. So that's 1964. I'll skip Winograd, which is perhaps the most interesting program. This was a program where you could talk to a robot that, I don't have a good picture on the slide, but they're a bunch of blocks of different colors. They're all cubes or rectangular blocks. And you can say, which is the largest block on top of the big blue block? And it would answer you. And you could say, put the large red block on top of the small green block. And it would do that. And Winograd's program was, of course, a symbolic one. We actually built a robot, and I guess we built it second. Our friends at Stanford built a robot, and they imported Winograd's program, and they had the robot actually performing these operations that you told it to do by typing, and it was pretty exciting. My favorite program in that period was this one because it's so psychological. This is called the geometrical analogy test, and it's on some IQ tests. A is to B as C is to which of the following 5? And Evans wrote a set of rules which were pretty good at this, did as well as 16-year-olds, and it picks this one. And if you ask it why, it says something like, I don't have a reason. It moves the largest object down or something like that. Makes up different reasons, but. So you see, in some sense, we're going backwards in age because we're going from calculus to algebra to simple analogies. Oh, there it is. That's one where the largest object moves down. I don't know why I have two of them. These are for another lecture. Okay. So that was a period in which we picked problems that people considered hard because they were mathematical. But when you think about it more, you see, well, those math things are just procedures, and it's once you know what Laplace and Gauss and those mathematicians, Newton and people did, you can write down systematic procedures for integrating or for solving simultaneous algebraic constraint equations or things like that. And so there's very little to it. So in some sense, if you look at what you're doing in math in high school, in education, you're going from hard to easy. It's just that most people aren't very good at obeying really simple rules because it's so hideously boring or something. So we gradually started to ask, well, why can't we make machines understand everyday things and the things that everyone regards as common sense and people can do so you don't need machines to do them. One of my favorite examples is, why can you pull something with a string but not push? And there's been a lot of publicity recently about that interesting program written at group at IBM called Watson, which is good at finding facts about sports people and celebrities and politics and so forth. But there's no way it could understand why you could pull something with a string but not push. And I don't know of any program that has that concept or way of dealing with it. So that's what I got interested in. And starting around maybe the middle 1970s or late 1970s, several of us started to stop doing the easy stuff and trying to make theories of how you would do the kinds of things that people are uniquely good at. I don't know if animals, well, I don't know. I'm sure a monkey wouldn't try to push anything with a string. Maybe it does it very quickly and you don't notice. And one aspect of common sense thinking is going right back to that idea of vision having a dozen different systems, is that whatever a person normally is doing, they are probably representing it in several different ways. And here's an actual scene of two kids named Julie and Henry who are playing with blocks. It's pretty hard to see those blocks. And you can think that Julie is thinking 7 thoughts. I'd like to see a longer list. Maybe a good essay would be to take a few examples and say, what are the most common micro worlds? See, physical, social, emotional, mental, instrumental, whatever that is, visual, tactile, spatial. She's thinking all these things. What if I pulled out that bottom block? You can't see the tower very well. Should I help him or knock his tower down? How would he react? I forgot where I left the arch-shaped block. That was real. It's somewhere over here, but I don't think we could. Maybe it's that. I don't know. I remember when it happened, she mentioned that. She reached around and it wasn't where she thought it was. So common sense thinking involves this, in most cases, I think, several representations. I don't know if it's as many as 7 or maybe 20 or what, but that's the kind of thing we want to know how to do. Okay, I think I'll stop and we'll discuss things. But in the next lecture, I'll talk about a model of how I think thinking works. What's the difference between us and our ancestors? We know we have a larger brain, but if you think about it, if you took the brain that you already had in, say, try to remember the name of the little monkey that looks like a squirrel, jumps around in trees. Anybody know it? What? Maybe. It's a squirrel-like thing. You wouldn't know it was a monkey till you took a close look. Maybe. Lemur? I forget. I'll have to. Anyway, if you just made the brain bigger, then the poor animal would be slower and heavier and would need more food and take longer to reproduce. The joke about more difficulty to give birth. I don't know if any animal has the problem that humans have. A lot of people die, and so on. So how did we evolve new ways to think and so forth? And my first book, the Society of Mind, had this theory that maybe we evolved in a series of higher and higher levels or management structures built on the earlier ones. And this particular picture suggests that I got this idea from Sigmund Freud's early theories. There's been a lot of Freud bashing recently. So you can look on the web, I forget the authors, but there are a couple of books saying that he made up all his data, and there's no evidence that he ever cured anyone, and that he lied about all the data mentioned in his 30 or 40 books, and so forth. Yes, right. But the funny part is that if you look at his first major book, 1895, called The Interpretation of Dreams, it sort of outlines this theory that most of thinking is unconscious and it's processes you can't get access to. And it has a little bit about sex, but that's not a major feature. And it's just full of great ideas that the cognitive psychologists finally began to get in the 1960s again and never give credit to Freud. So he may well have made up his data, but if you have a very good theory and nobody will listen to you, what can you do? His friend Rudolf Fleece listened to him, and there was another paper on how the neurons might be involved in thinking, which was also written around 1895, but never got published till 1950 by, I forget who, called Project for a Scientific Psychology. And it's full of ideas that, if they had been published, might have changed everything. Because, anyway, what's on your mind? What would you like to hear about, or who has another theory?
Got a question.
Great.
So earlier you talked a little bit about how we don't really see in neuroscience all these things like K lines, etc. Do you think it's because they're just really hard to find, or no one's actually looking for them?
Well, Restek's review says he uses vague, ill-defined terms like K-line and microneme and a couple of others, and frame and so forth. They're very well defined. They're defined better. I mean, when he talks about neurotransmitters, it's as though he thinks that chemical has some real significance. Any chemical would have the same function as any other one, provided there's another receptor that causes something to happen in the cell membrane. So you don't want to regard acetylcholine or epinephrine as having mental significance. It's just another pulse, but very low resolution. And yes, a neurochemical might affect all the neurons a little bit and raise the average amount of activity of some big population of cells and reduce the average activity of some others. But that's nothing like thinking. That's like saying, in order to understand how a car works, what's the most insulting thing I could say? Or to understand how a computer works, you have to understand the arsenic and phosphorus, or what's the other one? You have to understand these atoms that are, what? Yeah, well, that's the matrix. So there are these 1 part in a million impurities, and that's what's important about a computer, isn't it? The fact that the transistor has gain and so forth. Well, no. The trouble with the computer is the transistors. That's why practically every transistor in a computer is mated to another one in opposite phase to form a flip-flop whose properties are exactly the same except 1 in a quadrillion times. In other words, everything chemical about a computer is irrelevant. And I suspect that almost everything chemical about the brain is unimportant, except that it helps to make the columns in the cortex, which are complicated arrangements of several hundred cells, work reliably. Whereas the neuroscientist is looking for the secret in the sodium. When a neuron fires, the important thing is that lets the sodium in and the potassium out, or vice versa. I forget which, at 500 millivolts. It's really quite a colossal event, but it has no significance. It's only when it's attached to a flip-flop or to something like a K-line, which has an encoder and decoder of a digital sort every few microns of its length, that you get something functional. So the trouble is, the poor neuroscientist started out with too much knowledge about the wrong thing. The chemistry of the neuron firing is very interesting and complicated and cute. And in the case of the electric eel, you know what happened there. The neuron synapse, it got rid of the next neuron, and it just, in the electric eel, you have a bunch of synapses, or motor end plates, they're called, in series. So instead of half a volt, if you have 300 of those, you get 150 volts. I think the electric shock that an electric eel can give you is about 300 volts, and this can cause you to drown promptly if you are in the wrong wave when it happens to bump into you. I don't know why I'm rambling this way. You're welcome to study neuroscience, but please try to help them instead of learn from them. Yeah. I mean, they just don't know what a K-line is. And that's a paper that's been widely read, published in 1980, and Restak says ill-defined. And I guess he couldn't understand it. Yeah. Yeah.
Why, instead of trying to make the neuroscientists, like trying to find this in the human mind, why don't we just, like as computer scientists, program like the K lines and try to prove that, oh, this is the human mind and we can reproduce it? Like, why is that not so widespread into the computer scientist field?
Well, I'm surprised how little has been done. There's Mike Travers has a thesis, Tony Hearn. There are 3 master's theses on K-lines. They sort of got them to work to solve some simple problems. But I'd go further. I've never met a neuroscientist who knows the pioneering work of Newell and Simon in the late 1950s. So there's something wrong with that community. They're just ignorant. They're proud of it. Oh well. I spent some time learning neuroscience when I once had a great stroke of luck. When I guess I was a junior at Harvard, and there was a great new biology building that was just constructed. You probably know, it's a great big thing with 2 rhinoceroses. What are those 2 huge animals? So this building was just finished and half occupied because it was made with the future. So I wandered over there and I met a professor named John Welsh. And I said, I'd like to learn neurology. And he said, great, well, I have an extra lab. Why don't you study the crayfish claw? I said, great. So he gave me this lab, which had 4 rooms and a dark room, and a lot of equipment, and nobody there. And he had worked on crayfish, so there was somebody who went every week up to Walden Pond or somewhere and caught crayfish and bring them back. And I was a radio amateur hacker at the time, so I was good at electronics. So I got my crayfish, and Welsh showed me how to. The great thing about this preparation is you can take the crayfish, and if you claw, and if you hold it just right, go snap, it comes off, grows another one. Takes a couple of years. And then there's this white thing hanging out, which is the nerve. And it turns out it's 6 nerves, 1 big one and a few little ones. And if you keep it in Ringer's solution, whatever that is, it can live for several days. So I got a lot of switches and little inductors and things and made a gadget and mounted this thing with 6 wires going to these nerves. And then I programmed it to reach down and pick up a pencil like that and wave it around. Well, that's obviously completely trivial. And all the neuroscientists came around and gasped and said, "That's incredible, how did you do that?" They had never thought of putting the thing back together and making it work. Anyway, it was... I always reminding myself that I'm the luckiest person in the world, because every time I wanted to do something, I just happened to find the right person. And they'd give me a lab. I got an idea for a microscope, and there was this great professor, Purcell, who got the Nobel Prize after a while. And he said, "That sounds like it would work. Why don't you take this lab?" It was in the Jefferson. Anyway, yeah.
I was going to say, I think part of the reason that you don't see experimental neuroscience on things like K-lines is that neurons are long and thin. So if you want to do an experiment to actually measure a real neural network, you have to trace structures with roughly maybe tens of nanometer resolution, but you need to trace them over what might be a couple or even tens of millimeters to start to reach, and you need to do this for thousands and thousands of neurons before you could get to the point of seeing something like a K-line and understanding it. So it's just a massive data acquisition and processing problem.
Well, but they're doing that.
They're starting to try to. I mean,
But they don't know what to look for. Maybe you don't have to do so much. Maybe you just have to do a few sections here and there and say, well, look, there were 400 of these here, now there's only 200. It looks like this is the same kind. Maybe you don't have to do the whole brain.
No, but I mean, even tracing, even getting a single neuron is because it might get down to, you need to be looking at electron micrographs of brains that are sliced at about 30 nanometer slices. So even just having a single person reconstruct a single neuron might take weeks.
Well, I don't know. Maybe a bundle of K-lines is a half a millimeter thick.
Oh, so if you actually do some larger scale structure to start off looking at, yeah.
Why not?
Maybe.
Yeah, I just think they have no idea what to look for.
Yeah.
I could give you 20 of those in 5 minutes, but nobody's listening.
I guess you need to know what it looks like before you could look for it at that scale.
What scale?
I don't know.
The point is,
I mean, they know what neurons look like, so you know what to look for if you're saying the sort of neural net level.
I'm saying you may only have to look at the white matter.
Oh, yeah.
Ignore the neurons. Because the point of K-lines is, where do these go and what goes into them and out? I don't know. It's just this idea, let's map the whole brain, 100 billion things, and then people like Restak said, oh, and there's 1,000 supporting cells for each neuron. He's just glorying in the obscurity of it rather than trying to contribute something. Anyway, if you run into him, give him my regards. I really wonder how somebody can write something like that. Yes?
Excuse my ignorance, but what is a K-line?
The idea is that suppose one part of the brain is doing something and it's in some particular state that's very important, like, I don't know, I've just seen a glass of water. Then another part of the brain would like to know there's a glass of water in the environment, and I've been looking for one, so I should try to take over and do something about that. Now, at the moment, there's no theory of what happens in different parts of the brain for a simple thing like that to happen. No theory at all, except they use the word association, or they talk about, what are the purposeful neurons? Goal, forget. Okay, so my theory is that there are a bunch of things which are massive collections of nerve fibers, maybe a few hundred or a few thousand. And when the visual system sees an apple, it turns on 50 of those wires. And when it sees a pear, it turns on a different 100 or 50 of those wires, but about 20 of them are the same, so forth. In other words, it's like the edge of a punched card. Have you ever seen a card-based retrieval system? If you have a book that has, suppose it's about physics and biology and Sumatra, and a typical 5x8 card has 80 holes in the top edge. So what you do is, if it's Sumatra, you punch 8 of these holes at random, particular set. They're assigned to the Sumatra. And then if it's, I forget what my first 2 examples were, but you punch 8 or 10 holes for each of the other 2 words. So now there are 24 punches, only probably 4 or 5 of them are duplicates, so you're punching about 20 holes. And now, if something is looking for the cards that were punched for those 3 things, even if there are 30 or 40 other holes punched in the card, you stick your 20 wires through the whole deck and lift it up, and only cards fall out that had those 3 categories punched for. So you see, even though you had 80 holes, you could punch combinations of up to 1 million different categories into that, and if you have to put a bunch of wires through, you'll get all of the ones that were punched for those the categories you're looking for, and you might get 3 or 4 other cards that will come down also because all of the 8 holes were punched for some category by accident. Do you get the picture? It's, I'll send you a reference. It was invented by in the early 1940s by a Cambridge scientist here named Calvin Moores, and was widely used in libraries for information retrieval until computers came along. But anyway, that's the sort of thing you could look for in a brain if you had the concept in your head of Zato coding. But I've never met a neuroscientist who ever heard of such a thing. So you have this whole community which doesn't have a set of very clear ideas about different ways that knowledge or symbols could be represented in neural activity. So good luck to them when they get their big map. They'll still have to say, what do I do with 100 billion of these interconnections? Yeah.
What are your thoughts about the current artificial intelligence research at MIT, such as Winston's Genesis project?
I think Winston is just about one of the best ones in the whole world. I don't know any other projects that are trying to do things on that higher level of common sense knowledge. He's just lost a lot of funding, so one problem is, how do you support a project like that? Have you followed it? I don't know if there's a recent summary of what they're doing. We used to write a new book every year called the Progress Report. The nice thing is that we had a very good form of support from ARPA, or DARPA, which was every year we'd tell them what we had done. They they didn't want to hear what we wanted to do. And things have turned the opposite. So what would happen is every year we'd say we did these great things, and we might do some more. Went on for about 20 years, and then it fell apart. One thing, it's a nice story. There was a great liberal senator, Mike Mansfield, and unfortunately, he got the idea that the Defense Department was getting too big and influential. So he got Congress to pass a law that ARPA shouldn't be allowed to support anything that didn't have direct military application. And Congress went for this, and all of a sudden, a lot of research disappeared, basic research. It didn't bother us much because we made up applications and said, well, this will make a military robot that will go out and do something bad. But I don't remember ever writing anything at all because, but anyway, around 1980, the funding for that sort of thing just dried up because of this political accident. It was just an accident that ARPA, mainly through the Office of Naval Research, was funding basic research. And that was a bit of history. If you look back at the year 1900 or so, you see people like Einstein making these nice theories. But Einstein wasn't a very abstract mathematician, so he had a mathematician named Hermann Weyl polishing his tensors and things for him. And Hermann Weyl's son, Joe, was at the Office of Naval Research in my early time. And that office had spent a lot of secret money getting scientists out of Europe while Hitler was marching around and sending them to places like Princeton and other forms of heaven in Cambridge. And again, one of the reasons I was lucky is that I was here and all these, if you had a mathematical question, you could find the best mathematician in the world down the block somewhere. And Joe Weyl was partly responsible for that. And the ONR was piping all that money to us for work on early AI. So it's a very sad thing of maybe the most influential liberal in the US government actually ruined everything by accident. ARPA changed its name to DARPA. It was Advanced Research Projects Agency, and it had to call itself Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Yeah.
Professor Minsky, do you think the achievement of artificial intelligence is inevitable, or is there an obstacle that we're just never going to be able to overcome?
Well, Christianity wiped out science. That might happen tomorrow. Only choose your religion.
Favorable circumstances.
It's a hard problem. The number of people working on advanced ideas in AI has gotten smaller and smaller as right now around 1980 rule-based systems became popular. There are lots of things to do. Right now, statistical-based inference systems are becoming popular. And as I said, these things are tremendously useful, but the problem is if you have a statistical system, the important part is guessing what are the plausible hypotheses and then making up then finding out how many instances of that are correlated with such and such. So it's a nice idea, but the hard problem is the abstract symbolic problem of what sets of variables are worth considering at all when there are a lot of them. So to me, the most exciting projects are the kind that Winston is developing for reasoning about real-life situations, and the one that Henry Lieberman, would you stand up, Henry? Lieberman runs a world-class group that's working on common sense knowledge and informal reasoning. And it seems to me that that's the critical thing that all the other systems will need. In the meantime, there are people working on logical inference, which has the same problem that statistical inference has, namely, how do you guess which combinations of variables are worth thinking about? Then it seems to me that the statistics isn't so important. In fact, there's a great researcher named Douglas Lennart in Austin, Texas, who once made an interesting AI system that was good at making predictions and guessing explanations for things. And it was sort of like a probabilistic system. It had a lot of hypotheses, and every time one of them was useful in solving a problem, it moved it up one on the list. So Lennart's thing never used any numbers. It didn't say, this is successful 0.73 of the time, and now it's successful 0.736, 4825 of the time. What it would do is, if something was useful, it would move it up past another hypothesis. Every now and then, it would put a new one in. Well, if you're trying to solve a problem, what do you need to know? You want to know what's the most likely to be useful one, and try that. You don't care how likely it is to be useful, as long as it's the most, right? I mean, if it's 1 in a million, maybe you should say, I'm getting out of here. I shouldn't be working in this field at all, or get a better problem. But Lennart's thing did rather wonderfully at making theories by just changing the ranking of the hypotheses that it was considered. No numbers. It did something very cute. He gave it examples of arithmetic, and it was a rather long effort, and it actually learned to do some arithmetic, and it invented the idea of division and the idea of prime number, which was some number that wasn't divisible by anything. It decided that 9 was a prime. Didn't do much harm. And it crept along, and it got better and better, and it invented modular arithmetic by accident at some point, and it's a PhD thesis. A lot of people didn't believe this PhD thesis because Lennart lost the program tape. So he was under some cloud of suspicion for people thinking he might have faked it, but who cares? Anyway, I think there's a lesson there, which is that let's start with something that works, and then if it's really good, then hire a mathematician who might be able to optimize it a little. But the important thing was the order, and a good statistical one might waste a lot of time, because here's this one that's 0.78, and here's this one that's 5, 6, and it's the next one down, and you get a lot of experience, and it goes up to 5, 7, and 5, 8, and it never, might be a long time before it gets past the other one because you're doing arithmetic. Whereas in Lennox, it would just pop up past the other one, then it would get tried right away, and if it were no good, it would get knocked down again. Who cares? So it's a real question of, I don't know, mathematics is great and I love it and a lot of you do, but there should be a name for when it's actually slowing you down and wasting your time, because there's a better way that's not formal. Yeah.
They were saying there are people who know the price of everything and the value of nothing.
Yes, that's very nice. Yeah.
I know you're also a musician, so I have like a music-related question. What do you think is the role of music? Like, why do all cultures have it?
I have a paper about it. Oh, okay. I've been trying to revise it, actually, but it's a strange question because there is music everywhere. On the other hand, I have several friends who are amusical, and so when I have this theory that music is a way of teaching you to represent things in an orderly fashion and stuff like that. Well, I have 3 of my colleagues who aren't musical, but they dance. So it may be that, I don't know the answer. It's interesting. The first theory in my paper is that when you have a lot of complicated things happening, then the only way to learn is to represent things that happen and then look at the differences between things that are similar and then try to explain the differences. Right? I mean, what else is there? Maybe there's something else. So, in order to become intelligent and understand things, you have to be able to compare things. And to me, the most important feature of what's called music is that it's divided into measures. Ba 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 ba. And measures are the same number of beats or whatever they are. And so now you can say da 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 da. What's the difference? You change the eighth notes in the second one, the last 4 eighth notes, no. The 2 before last to a quarter note. So you're taking things that were in different times and you're superimposing those times, and now you can see the difference. And the reason you can see the difference is that you have things called measures, and the measures have things called beats, and so things get knocked into very good frames. Now there's some Indian music which has 14 measures for a phrase, and some of the measures go 7 and 5, and I can make no sense of that stuff whatever, and I've tried fairly hard, but not very. So I don't understand how Indians can think. Any of you can handle Indian music?
I guess just to add on what you said about this, my favorite quote from your paper on music, mind, and meaning is the one about what good is music, about how kids play with blocks to learn about space and people play with music to learn about time. And I think in that sense, both music and dance are different ways that people can arrange things in time. And in a sense, like improvisatory music and improvisatory movement are both ways of like different blocks, if you will, in time as opposed to space.
Yeah, my friends who seem amusical, maybe there's something different about their cochlea. Or maybe they have absolute pitch in some sense, which is a bad thing to have. Because if you're listening to a piece composed by a composer who doesn't have absolute pitch, then you're reading all sorts of things into the music that shouldn't be there. And the opposite would be true. I read music criticism sometimes, and maybe the reviewer says, and after the second and third movement, he finally returns to the initial key of E flat major. What a relief. Well, I once had absolute pitch for a couple of weeks because I ran a tuning fork in my room for a month. And I didn't like it. Because you can't listen to Bach anymore. Oh well. It's a good question. Why do people like music? And I don't know any other paper like mine. If you ever find one, I'd like to see it. Because if you go to a big library, there are thousands of books about music. And if you open one, it's mostly Berlioz complaining that somebody wouldn't give him enough money to hire a big enough chorus. But I found very few books about music itself. Yes?
Not about music anymore, is that all right? Okay. Do you think that having a body is a necessary component of having a mind? Then, I mean, could you do just as well, just as a, sort of a simulated creature that
Oh, sure. You should
have all the things?
Simulation, I think a mind that's not in a world wouldn't have much to do. It would have to invent the world. And I don't see why it couldn't, but you might have to give it a start, like the idea of 3 or 4 dimensions. But can't you, what happens if you sit back and just think for a while? You wouldn't know if your body had disappeared for would you? There are all sorts of strange ideas about existence and why do you think there's a world? One of the things that bugs me is people say, well, who created it? And that can't make any sense because this is just a possible world. Suppose there are a whole lot of possible worlds and there's one real one. How could you possibly know which one you're in? And then you could say, well, didn't someone have to make it? And what's the next thing you'd ask? Well, who made the maker? So the body-mind thing seems to me that once you have a computer, it can be its own world. It just can sit. The program can spend half the time simulating a world and half the time thinking about what it's like to be in it. Yeah?
Do you have a current theory of resistance?
Yes, it's an empty concept. It's all right to say this bottle exists because that's saying this bottle is in this universe. But what would it mean to say the universe exists? The universe is in the universe? Ugh. So there's something wrong with thinking about, so there are only possible worlds. It doesn't make any sense to pick one of them out and say that's the real one. Yeah.
But its existence is relative.
Yeah, you don't say this is the world I'm in, but you shouldn't say it. That doesn't mean it exists. Like 2 is in the set of even numbers, but what's the set of even numbers in? It doesn't stop anywhere. Yeah, there are lots of worlds.
So with mathematics works with all worlds, but physics only explains the current world, or I don't know how you compare these two sets of.
Well, you can't tell because 5 minutes from now, everything might change. So nothing ever explains anything. You just have to take what you've got and make the best of it. Yeah.
So what's the relationship between system knowledge and artificial intelligence?
Which knowledge?
Like systems, basically, in general.
Well, there are people who talk about systems theory, but I'm not sure that it's well defined.
Right, exactly. So
Artificial intelligence means, to me, making a system that is resourceful and doesn't get stuck. And so if you have a system, and also it's a, how do you put it? Some definitions are not stationary, like what's popular? Popular is what's popular now. There isn't any such thing as popular music in terms of the music, so I know there was once a little department called Systems Analysis at Tufts, which had a couple of rather good philosophers trying to make general theory of everything. And they were writing nice little papers, and it moved along. But then there was this Senator McCarthy you've probably heard of, and he announced that he had evidence that one of the principal investigators had slept with his wife before they were married. Well, Tufts was very frightened at this and abolished that department. And Bill Schutz went to California and started Esalen and had a good time for the next 50 years. More stories. Yeah.
Kind of as an extension of the body and mind question, it seems to me like we as humans, we learn a lot from just interacting with the environment. Like language, we hear it being spoken, we speak it, we see things, we touch things. But as far as I know, a lot of the efforts in artificial intelligence so far have been confined to the computer. That does not go out into the real world, interact, doesn't kind of serendipitously learn new things.
Well, here's the problem. I look over at Carnegie Mellon, and there are some nice projects. And the most popular one is robot soccer. And here are these little robots kicking a ball around. They're Sony, what are they called? Yes, the Sony Aibos. Sony stopped making the Aibos, but it respected Carnegie, and it made a little secret stash of Aibos to send to Carnegie when the present ones break. But my impression of AI projects that have robots is that they do less than projects that don't. And the reason is, if you have a robot like Asimo, made by Sony? No, Honda. Asimo can get in the back seat of a car with some effort, usually falls over. However, if you simulate a stick figure in a computer getting into a stick figure of a car, then you can make it learn to do that and get better and better. And so all AI projects without robots are way ahead of all AI projects with robots. And the profound reason is that robots are usually expensive and they're always being fixed. So if you have 5 students and the robot is being fixed, I don't know what they're doing, but they have to wait. Whereas if you have a stick figure robot, then you can just run it on this, although it might be a little slower than your mainframe. Probably not. Yeah.
The idea of the mind and the body. Here's a theory that I just thought of. The idea of the body as seen in abstract, basically a mechanism for input-output. It's a set of sensors from which our brains can get information about the world, and a set of actuators in which we can display our state. So given in that light, it's almost as if our brains aren't really independent on our body itself. It can adapt to like any sort of body if we happen to hook it up that way. And it just so happens that we've been hooked up to this body since birth, that we have such like good mental models of how to use this body. And I guess an example of from experiments that support this theory might be how when people have limbs amputated, it takes them a while to like forget that they have the limb, because their mental models still exist, and the mental models don't go away overnight. And also, I guess they train monkeys to control robot arms with their brains.
Sure. Well, but it just seems to me that a large amount of our brain is involved with highly evolved locomotion mechanisms. And as I said, when you're sitting back with your eyes closed in a chair thinking about something, then it's not clear how much of that machinery is important, but it might be that I have a strange paper on, I don't know if it's, I'm trying to remember its name. It's called, do you think I can actually get a, I can't remember the name of the title. Oh, I give up. The idea is that maybe in the older theories of psychology, everything is learned by experience in the real world. So conditioning and reinforcement and so forth. In this theory I call internal grounding, I make a conjecture. Suppose the brain has a little piece of nerve tissue which consists of a few neurons arranged to make not a flip-flop, but a, what would you call a 3 or a 4 flop? A flip-flop with 3 or 4 states. Let's say 3. So when you put a certain input, it goes from, I couldn't find the chalk. So here are 3 states. And here's a certain input. That means if you're in that state, you go to this. And if you pop that input again, it does this. And if you say go counterclockwise, it goes. So 3 of them get you back where you were. But if I go this, this, and that would mean to go like this, this, and back. So this would be That means that's equivalent to just going 1. Get the idea? In other words, imagine that there's a little world inside your brain, which is very small and only has 3 states. And you have actions that you can perform on it. And you have an inner eye which can see which of the 3 points of that triangle you're on. Then you could learn by experience that if you go left, 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 you're back where you were. But if you go left, right, you're back where you are. And if you go left, left, right, that's like going 1 left. In other words, you could imagine a brain that starts out, before it connects itself to the real world, it starts by having the top level of the brain connected to a little internal world which just has 3 or 4 states, and you get very good at manipulating that. Then you add more sensory systems to the outer world, and you get to learn ways to get around in the real world. So I call that the internal grounding hypothesis. And my suggestion is maybe somewhere in the human brain, there's a little structure that's somewhat like that, which is used by the frontal part of the cortex to make very abstract ideas. You understand, the more abstract an idea is, the simpler and more stupid and elementary it is. Abstract doesn't mean hard. Abstract means stupid. Real things like this are infinitely complicated. So we might have, and I wouldn't dare suggest this to a neuroscientist, there might be some little brain center somewhere near the frontal cortex that allows the frontal cortex to do some predicting and planning and induction about a few simple finite state arrangements. Who knows? Would you look for it? Well, if you were a neuroscientist, you could say, oh, that's completely different from anything I ever heard. Let's look for it. And if you're wrong, you're wasted a year. And if you're right, then you become the new Ramoni Cajal or someone. Who's the currently best neuroscientist? Maybe it's late. One more question. One last question. This is Cynthia Solomon, who's one of the great developers of the logo language. Yay! Yes.
Maybe it's that question for Leanne. What do you think about theories such as Rodney Brooks' theories that speak of no central personality?
Completely weird. Obviously, those theories have nothing to do with human thinking, but they're very good for making stupid robots. And the vacuum cleaner is one of the great achievements of the century. However, his projects, what was it called, COG, disappeared without a trace. That theory was so wrong that it got a national award. And it corrupted AI research in Japan for several years. I can't understand. Brooks became popular because he said, maybe the important things about thinking is that there's no internal representation. You're just reacting to situations. And you have a big library of how to react to each situation. Well, David Hume had that idea, and he was a popular philosopher for hundreds of years. But it went nowhere, and it's gone, and so is Rod. However, he is one of the great robot designers, and he may be the instrumental in fixing the great Japanese nuclear meltdown because they're shipping some of his robots out there. The problem is, can it open the door? So far, no robot can open the door even though it's not locked. I usually start by asking if there are any questions, but I thought I'd say a few things about chapter 1 and then see if there are any questions. I can't see the pointer. Oh, anybody remember how to get Word to make its pointer not disappear? Maybe I mentioned this in the first lecture, but I was taken by this cute poem by Dorothy Parker because the first chapter was about love and stuff like that. So I tried to get the rights to reproduce it, and it turned out that she was angry at all her friends. She must have been a perpetually pissed off person. And so she left all her literary rights to the NAACP. And I called them up for hours and they couldn't find the rights. So finally, so it's in the version of the Emotion Machine on the web, but I had to resort to Shakespeare to replace her. Shakespeare's a slightly better poet, but he's not as funny as Dorothy Parker. So the first chapter starts out, or it's mostly about all the things we don't understand about the mind, which is almost everything. And the first discussion is, well, the whole chapter is making fun of the most popular ideas. And the most popular idea of the mind is that people think that that they're not doing the thinking, but there's something inside them that's doing the thinking. And it's this idea that there is a self is embedded in just about everything we say and think. And really, it's hard to see how you would do without it. But if you ask, what is the self? Then, since this idea is so popular, people begin to believe that there is such a thing, and it takes all sorts of various forms. And the most dangerous form, maybe, is the one that religions exploit, which is that inside a person with all their complications, there's a little pure essence called the soul or the self or whatever you want to call it. And it's impossible to describe it or explain it in physical terms. And so that is one of the reasons why we think there are two worlds, a physical world and lots of other kinds of worlds. Each of us has some imaginary model of what they are and what they're in. And philosophers talk about it, and existentialists and so on. So there are lots of problems about our ideas about ourselves. And in reading around for half my life, I was puzzled at the strange ideas that are around. And in Aristotle, I find the first intelligible theories of mind and emotions. So if you look at particular Aristotle's, there are a number of books, and one of them is called Rhetoric, and it's full of theories about how people reason and influence each other and I'll show you some quotes from that. Because when I look at the history that I've encountered about psychology, sort of Aristotle stands out as being the first and among the best. And as far as I can see, there were no psychologists nearly as good as him. Of course, we don't know whether there was a him exactly, because what we have of Aristotle, and there's a lot of writing, but it's all cobbled together by students from all sorts of manuscripts by other people and people who took notes. And Aristotle claims to have learned a lot from Plato. We have very little writing from him. And so there you go, 3 centuries before the Christian era, as it's called. And then a couple of thousand years later, you start to find people like Spinoza and Kant and John Locke and David Hume, who start to make psychology theories, very little of which is as good as the ones that Aristotle has in all his fragments. So one question that frequently bothers me, and it should bother everyone, is why did science disappear for 1,000 years? And the standard explanation is the rise of the great religions. And why did it come back? And you see with the first signs of anything like modern science, at least in my view, with Galileo and Newton. There are a couple of people before that. There's some people in the Muslim world who invented some high school algebra, and they make a big fuss about that. It looks like Archimedes, in a very recently discovered manuscript, computed an integral. He found the volume of a cone, which is, what is it, 1/6 BH, I forget. Anyway, so why did science disappear? And why did psychology appear so late? Because there isn't much psychology in the modern sense until 1900, or the late 1800s, with Francis Galton and William James lived around here. And Rudolf Fleiss, Sigmund Freud, starts writing in 1895. People make fun of Freud, as I mentioned last week, but in fact, among other things, how many of you have read the recent criticisms of Freud, which claim that he was a complete faker and never cured a single patient? This is popular stuff. I don't believe Freud ever really claimed to cure a single patient. So the critics, who are really very ferocious, claim that he made up all his data and so forth. But most of what Freud says is that psychoanalysis might be a good way to find out what you're really thinking and discover more about yourself and your goals and so forth. And I had the good or bad luck to be introduced to L. Ron Hubbard by John. When I was an undergraduate, John Campbell was the great editor of the, I think it was called Astounding Science Fiction in those days. What a marvelous title. And this fairly mediocre science fiction writer, L. Ron Hubbard, invented a new form of psychiatry called, what was it called? Dianetics. It's pretty good. And I'll tell you that story another time. But John Campbell had Thanksgiving in the Commander Hotel every year and invited a bunch of friends. And I don't remember if that's how I got to meet Asimov and Heinlein and other people, but anyway, I did, and science fiction had a big influence on me from my actually early years, but starting in college, it got very serious. Anyway, so chapter 1 starts to talk about this phenomenon of psychology, and one of the funny parts is this little section 3, 1.3, of trying to say what are emotions. And I looked up emotions in dictionaries, and can you all read that? I don't feel like reading aloud. But there's lots of discussion of emotions and how mysterious and complex they are. And then the marvelous thing is how many words there are for emotional states. I think I got 300, but I don't remember. Anyway, here's from A to D. And I don't recall how I found those, but I think, but that's a lot. How many words for ways to think are there? Now that's a serious question because I complained, maybe on the next page. No, I didn't. I found myself complaining that there were very few words for ways to think. And then this afternoon when I was pruning these slides, it occurred to me that I didn't really try. So maybe I just didn't think enough. So if there are a couple of hundred words for everyday emotions, if any of you can find me a list of 10 or 20 common words for styles of thinking, I'd appreciate it, because I wonder if there are a lot, and if not, why not? So here's a list of typical situations: grieving for a lost child, panic at being in an enclosed space. I'm not sure any of the words in the list of 300 standard emotions are good enough to describe how you feel for any of these not unusual states. Have you ever lost control of your car at high speed? No, but when I first learned to drive, I couldn't believe that you could read signs at the same time as. Well, anyway, one of the very best psychologists in history, or a pair of psychologists, aren't even called psychologists. These are two guys named Konrad Lorenz and Nico Tinbergen, and somebody made up the word ethology. What they study is the behavior of animals, and in some sense, presumably they're studying the psychology of animals, because just as with the person, when somebody flies into a rage, you're not describing their mental state, you're describing something about how they behave. And so the ethologists, too, are psychologists, and Tinbergen and Lorenz, starting around 1920s, started to analyze the behavior of animals in great detail. And so here's an example of how a certain fish behaves. I actually forgot which fish it is, but there's a picture of it in the book. And at different points in its life, it's in different phases. And this is just one diagram of a dozen for this particular fish, and its reproduction, which involves an environment with plants and other things. And he divides its behavior into parenting, courtship, nesting, and fighting. And then you see each of those has a lot of subdivisions. And Tinbergen and Lorentz and some students discovered all these things by sitting in front of fish tanks and watching the fish for months and years. Tinbergen also spent years on some beach watching seagulls. And so he has a diagram like this for a particular class of seagulls. When I came to Boston, my friends and I used to go to Nahant and look at these tide pools there where there are a lot of activities. And it was very interesting, and I got a big fish tank and imported all sorts of little animals and plants from the tide pools in Nahant. And I watched them for about a year and didn't learn anything. And that was before I read Tinbergen, and then I realized there's something about those people, which is they could watch a fish and recognize all sorts of behaviors. And I would just watch a fish and wonder whether it was hungry or thought, wouldn't you get bored swimming back and forth for 3 years in a... Anyway, so here are the great psychologists of our day, Aristotle, 2,000 years ago, and Lorentz and Tinbergen in the 1930s, and Sigmund Freud and Galton and William James around 1900. And then what went wrong? There's almost no good psychology between then and 1950s when something called cognitive psychology started. And it was partly due to people who said, let's make psychology more scientific. And you've probably all heard of Pavlov or Watson. And what happened is around 1900, some psychologists said, well, these Galtons and Freuds and William James are very poetic and expressive and literary, and they write much better than we do and tells good stories, but they're not scientists and they don't do reproducible experiments. So what we have to do is simplify the situation to find the basic laws of behavior. So let's take a pigeon and put it in a vacuum in the dark. Well, they didn't go that far, but they did put it in the dark. And there were 2 illuminated levers to work, and you could make a sound, and the sound could be very annoying, or you could have a bright, annoying, flashing light or something. And the animal would push one of 2 levers, and one of them would make the stimulus even more annoying, and one of them would make it go away, and you'd plot curves of how often the animal pressed these levers. So you would get a quantitative theory of how much it learned and how much it could remember and how many trials it would have to do. And then instead of just looking at reactions to stimuli, they quickly switched to trying to teach the animal things by giving it two alternatives, turn left or turn right, or push this button or that, or whatever. And if they pushed the one you approve of, then you'd give them a little pellet of food. And there was a lot of engineering so that you would make sure that the food got to them right away, because if there were a 10-second delay between an action and a reward, the pigeon or squirrel or rat or cat or dog would learn much less quickly than if there was a 1-second delay. And anyway, that went on for 50 years, starting around 1900, Pavlov and his dogs. And there's a great movie that some guy came around with that had been taken of Pavlov's lab, and it shows the sort of like a great dictator or something. There's this room with a lot of cages and dogs, and mostly dogs in this case, and Pavlov comes in, and there are a bunch of lackeys who sort of bow and scrape because he's a lord. And he comes in, and all the dogs run into the corner of their cage and yelp. So the Pavlovians tried pretty hard to get that movie suppressed, and I haven't seen it in recent years. But anyway, Fred Skinner, who was a professor when I was an undergraduate at Harvard, was the first one to really automate this experimental psychology, and he invented what's called a Skinner box, but it's just a soundproof, light-proof, well-ventilated and thermally regulated cage, and you can put a rat or a pigeon. Those are the most common animals. They're very inexpensive because they're free. No one knows much about dolphins. They've been studied for 50 years. Whenever, John, what's his name? Remember the name of the great dolphin? Lilly, thanks. He discovered a lot about dolphins and a certain amount about their communication and a little bit about whales. But there's an interesting mystery. I forget which whales, but some whales have a 20-minute song, and they repeat it for a whole season, and next year that song is a little bit different. But it goes essentially without repeating. It's very complicated for 20 minutes. And people have studied that a lot, and no one has the slightest idea of what it means. And nobody even has any good conjectures, which bothers me. What I think it probably means is this. When there's a whole bunch of fish somewhere for one of these whales, it might be 200 miles away. And whales eat a lot. And it's very important to find where the fish are. And I believe this message, which changes a bit during the season, might be telling you where the food is on the Atlantic or Pacific coastline in great detail, because if somebody finds a lot of fish somewhere, you have to swim 300 miles, and if they're not there. So anyway, it's interesting that John Lilly got a lot of publicity, but he didn't discover squat. And finally, the dolphin studiers gave up because nothing happened. Anybody have heard anything? I haven't paid any attention for 20 years. Have you heard of anybody discovering anything about dolphins? Except they're very good at solving a lot of physical problems. Anyway, I'm bothered by the mystery of why was there some psychology in Aristotle's time, and why didn't it get anywhere till 1950, when there was regular psychology, but it was afflicted by what I call physics envy. Namely, you run into people like Estes, and, well, he was pretty good, actually. But there are a lot of psychologists who made up things like Maxwell's equations for how animals learn. And there were generally 3 or 4 laws. And if there's a sequence of events, then animals remember a lot about the first few and the last few in the sequence. They don't remember much about the middle. And of course, the reliability of their memory depends a lot on how recent it was and on how powerful the reward was, and blah, blah. And so they get these little sets of rules that look like Newton's laws, and that was the kind of sort of psychological physics that the so-called behaviorists were mostly looking for. This was not what Tinbergen and Lorentz did, because they wrote books with extensive descriptions of what the animals did and made little diagrammatic guesses about the structure of the subroutines and substructures. Anyway, end of history, but it's a nice question. Why do some sciences grow, and why was psychology just about the last one? I suspect it could have been earlier, but people tried to imitate the physicists and tried to say maybe there's something like Newton's or Maxwell's laws for the mind. And they found a few, but they weren't enough to explain much. So there are a lot of questions. When Seymour Papert and I started thinking about these things, which was really around 1960, I had been working on some ideas about AI in the late 50s, and my PhD thesis was a theory of neural networks, which was sort of interesting, but never really went anywhere. I went to a meeting in London somewhere and gave a talk about a theory of learning that was based on some neural network ideas. And there was this person from South Africa named Seymour Papert who gave the same paper. And I hope this happens to you someday. Find somebody who thinks so much like you, only different enough that it's worth it, and that you only have to say about 3 words a day and some whole new thing starts, because we really did write the same paper and it had the same equation in it. And he had been working for Piaget, who was the first great child psychologist. I should have mentioned Piaget, who probably discovered more things about psychology than any other single person in history. And there are lots of people now who are saying he was wrong about 0.73, because children learn that at the age of 2.5 instead of 2 3/4. I'm parodying the Piaget critic community, but it's pretty bad, and I think those poor guys are uncomfortable because Jean Piaget published 20 books full of observations about children that, as far as I know, no one had made systematically before. And in his later years, he started courting algebraic mathematicians because he wanted more formal theories. And in my view, he wanted to make his theories worse. And nothing much happened, but he did visit here a couple of times, and it was really exciting to meet the starter of a whole new field. Anyway, Papert and I discussed lots of things, and somehow or other we kept finding more ideas about psychology, and it finally gelled into the idea that, well, if you look at the brain, you know that there are several hundred different brain centers. What's all that stuff for? And how could it possibly make any sense to try to explain what it does in terms of 4 laws like Newton? Like, how does a car work? Is there a magical force inside the engine that causes the wheels to turn? No. There's this funny thing in the back to cause a differential so that if the car isn't going in a straight line, the 2 wheels going at different speeds won't rip the... if the 2 wheels were going at the same speed, the tread would come off in 5 minutes. Did you ever wonder what a differential is for? No. So most of the car is fixing bugs in the other parts. That's most of the brain is because we started out as fish or lizards or whatever you like. And making the brain bigger wouldn't help much, because you just get a heavier lizard that had to eat more and would think more slowly. So size is bad. But on the other hand, if you need another cubic inch of brain to fix the bugs in the other part, then then the evolutionary advantage of being smarter had better make you able to catch a little more food per hour. And so each person is an ecology of these different processes, and the brain reached its present size about 1 million years ago, I guess. What's the current guess? Anybody been tracking? They keep discovering new ancestors of humans, and I don't have the patience to read about them, because you know that next week somebody will say, oh, that isn't in the main line, and you were just unlucky to discover that skeleton. So anyway, Papert and I and a lot of students gradually developed this picture that the mind is made of lots of processes or agents or resources or whatever you want to call them, and it's anybody's guess what they are. If you look at the anatomy of the brain, you know that people label regions, so it's very clear that this occipital lobe back here is largely concerned with vision, but, and I forget where the one for hearing is. If you destroy the part of the brain for hearing in some animals, you get a little bit of increased function in some part of the visual system that seems to enable the animal to hear a little bit and make some reactions. And there's a whole lot of hype, I think you have to call it, about the flexibility of the nervous system. That is, if certain brain areas get destroyed, other parts take over. They almost never are as good, and mostly many functions never get taken over at all, but are replaced by ones that superficially seem similar. And so there's a whole lot of, I guess, wishful thinking that the brain is immensely resourceful and error correcting and repairing. I think there was some idea that that was a general phenomenon, but if you do some arithmetic, you get an interesting result. Suppose that each function in the brain occurred in 10 different places at random. Then if you removed half the brain, how many functions would you lose? Well, almost no arithmetic tells you you would lose about 1 part in 1,000. And so, in fact, you would never be able to detect it. So this idea that the brain has enormous redundancy, we'll now change that number to 5. Suppose each function is somewhat supported in 5 different parts of the brain. Then if you take off half the brain, then what am I saying? 1 part in 32 chance of losing some significant function. So probably lots of things that we do are supported in several parts of the brain. Apparently the language center is pretty unique, and some others, but be careful about the conclusions you read from optimistic neuroscientists. Anyway, Papert and I worked on this idea of how could these large numbers of different processes be organized, and we made various theories about it, and Then around, I guess, the late 1970s, we stopped working together, and Papert developed his revolutionary ideas about education, which certainly have had a lot of influence, although they didn't sweep the world in the way we had hoped. And I kept working on the Society of Mind theory, and we didn't work together so much, but we still did plenty of criticizing and supporting of each other. Anyway, my theory ended up with this idea that it's sort of based on Freud. I don't know if I kept a picture of his here. Freud concluded that the mind was an interesting arena, sort of, and he had the mind divided into three parts. There's at one end of the mind, which were inherited from most other animals, is called the id, which is a bunch of instinctive, mainly built-in behavioral mechanisms. And a second part of the mind is what he called the superego, which is a collection of critics. So in Freud's first image, the brain is in two parts. One is a set of instinctive built-in behaviors, and the other is a set of critics which actually are associated with a culture, or, well, with culture and a tradition. And you learn from other people things that are good to do and things that are bad to do. And that's called the superego. This is your set of values and standards and tests for suitable behavior. And the middle is this strange object called the ego, which is not what people think it is. At least Freud's word, the ego is a kind of big neutral battleground where the instinctive behaviors, I keep wanting to, oh, you can see that arrow if I take my finger off it. And then gradually, as I kept trying to figure out how problems are solved and what kind of processes might be involved, I got this picture which has 6 layers. And various people come around and say, I don't think you need to distinguish between layers 4 and 5, or why don't you just lump all the 3 top layers into one? And I sort of laugh quietly and say, these people are trying to find a physics-like unified minimal theory of psychology. And they're probably right in one sense, but if they do that, they'll get stuck. Because if you get a new idea, there'll be no place to put it. So if you have something that's very mysterious, don't imitate the physicists. Because if you make a theory that's exactly right and just accounts for the data and there's nothing extra and nothing loose, then when you notice a new phenomenon, like dark matter, then the physicists don't know what to do. Should they regard dark matter as some obscure feature of space-time, or does it have something to do with this universe being near another one that you can't otherwise communicate with? And it's all very puzzling. But there are lots of things that don't fit into Newton's laws these days. And I'm not suggesting a 6-layer theory of physics, but it might be worth a try. Okay, so what am I made up some nice slides, but I think I'll stop. So who has some questions, and what would you like to see in a theory of psychology? What do you want to be explained? A lot of people are convinced that there's some really serious problems and mysteries, like what is consciousness? And if you look at chapter 4, my feeling is consciousness is an etymological accident, that people got a word which is a suitcase for all of the things they don't understand about the mind and more. But once you've got a word and it goes in the culture, consider the word consciousness for a minute from a legal point of view. Suppose that you happen to be walking along and you're carrying something. Where is that pointer? And it happens to stick somebody's eye out. Then it's very important when they sue you to establish whether you meant to do it or whether it was an accident. Did you consciously plan to I can't think of the English word for putting somebody's eye out. There's beheading and all sorts of... Gouge is a good word. Yeah, so anyway, it's very important for social reasons to have a word for whether an action was deliberately violating the rules, as opposed to accidentally violating the rules. Like if you tripped on the stairs and landed on somebody and broke their neck, that's not a crime, unless you were so clever as to make it appear that it was an accident. Probably. Anyway, you see what I mean. So we need our whole system of fairness and ethics and social responsibility is based on the distinction between whether an action was deliberate or not. And so, did he do that consciously is a word for that. And somehow the idea of conscious became elevated. Well, that's a very superficial. You can probably think of 10 other reasons why a word like that. Yes?
Marvin, sometimes in your writing, it seems to me that there's both sides of it. Sometimes you argue with both sides of it. Like in that, it seems like in that kind of, I can well imagine there's that kind of representation. You have a representation of self and a representation of your mind. But then you say there's no self or no consciousness. Why can't you think about consciousness as just a process that is reasoning about your own mind? Is there a problem with that? I mean, I understand you don't want to talk about soul because that's a religious notion, but...
No, but sometimes when you say conscious, that is, do you remember doing it? Which is...
Yeah, but don't I load up my process that asks me what I think about my own mind, and then if I retrieve that, then I say, yeah, I do remember it.
Well, you're right, actually. I went to a lot of trouble to find 25 or 30 different uses for the word consciousness, and probably if one of us worked harder, we could take those and condense them into 5 or 6 much better ones that account for more stuff than the 30.
Well, I think you got 5 right there: ideas, goals, memory, thoughts, and feelings, right?
That might be just right for something. Who knows? Yes, well, I think that's a great criticism of one reason why people don't like these theories quite so much, because I propose too many things. I really should reprint that that criticism from Restak or hand it out, because it's this neurologist who says why is he telling us all these things about K-lines and representations and so forth? The answer is he's from a community that doesn't have enough variety yet. And I'd be the first to admit that I try to go overboard and think of 5 more things than are in the literature. But that emotion thing is nice. Remember that was a serious challenge, because when I made that list, I do have a laser pointer somewhere in my jacket, probably. How many words for at least noticeably distinct ways of thinking or reasoning or figuring out or solving problems can you think of? Maybe there are 20 or 30. I just realized this afternoon that I never looked. I don't remember where I got this list. Yeah.
Can I ask about your conception of free will? And I gather from the readings that you don't have a strong sense of free will, and so what is that?
I think it's the same as the one for consciousness. Namely, it's a legal concept. The idea of free will is completely obscene, isn't it? What could it possibly mean if you did something for no reason? So it's a thoroughly empty idea, isn't it? Or what do you mean by it? Do you mean there's nobody ordering you around, so you're free to do whatever you want? But of course you're not. You can only do what your computer computes you to do.
So in a sense, like in the same way that you draw like you show the fish diagram, right? The fish's actions are a product of the environment and of its current state, and it's essentially a Turing machine.
Well, it's some kind of machine, yes,
right.
sure.
And so, would you argue that we are also Turing machines that are just running out in the world?
Sure. I've never heard of any even interesting alternative. In other words, people who insist on free will appear to me to be like people who believe that there must be a God who created the world. What's the next step? Who created the God? They don't take that step. So if your will is free, okay, then who's controlling it? There's nothing there. But legally, it's great, because if somebody stole some money of their own free will, but suppose you were a peculiar kind of epileptic, and every now and then when you go by, your hand goes out and steals things. Then what do? They put you on parole? No, this is very strange. But if you look at religions, you see that people make money on them. 13% of the world's product goes to people who make their living on concepts like free will and consciousness. So it's a big money thing. It's not just an accident. It's an industry.
So both of those are constructs of society.
They're Paris.
You could imagine a society without the concept of consciousness and free will, but those aren't requirements for being.
I don't think you could. You'd have to make up something to keep people in check and under control and to train them. It's like the rat being. The rat needs somebody to press the reward or punish button. And we have it built into a culture works because you build into people's head the machinery for suppressing doubt, and it's very clever. But you should think of it as an industry rather than an inexplicable phenomenon. How much money goes into, yes?
How many ways of thinking can you think of?
Say it again?
How many ways of thinking can you think of right now?
That's my challenge, in fact. There's probably a big list in some chapter or other, but there's nothing like this. What's the trick? 3, if I go like that. Actually, Dragon has a thing so you can tell it make things bigger. How many of you used the new Dragon program? Speech thing. I can't believe how good it is. Oh, I was talking to Henry Lieberman about it earlier. Yes?
So I'm under the impression that you would say that the side mind theory applies both humans and animals. Is it just that we have higher levels of organization than them? And if so, like, where would you draw that line? Like, do animals not have a notion of the self the way you described it in the book, like long-term planning and stuff?
That's a great question, and it'd be interesting to think about ways to investigate it. Researchers are often, in fact, raising that question of, do animals have a representation of themselves? And there's a famous experiment, but I can't remember what its current status is, where you put a red dot on a chimpanzee's head, and when the chimp passes a mirror and sees that, the chimp might go like that. Whereas I don't think a dog, when it passes a mirror, would rub its forehead to see if it has a red spot. I had a cat who walked past mirrors, because we have some wall full-size mirrors around the house. And the cat walks by, and there's this other cat in the mirror, and she pays no attention to it whatever. So, of course, I don't know what happened the first 3 times she walked by that mirror. Because if you see another cat going by, you'd think it would. Anyway, it's a good question, and people ask that, and there's some evidence that elephants have a model of themselves. And maybe dolphins. And I don't know where. Have any of you heard any stories of other animals that can recognize, for example, when they've been painted? Which?
Elephants?
Yes, I think elephants.
Humans can't, but humans can't. So there's a famous child psychology experiment where if you're less than a couple months old, you actually fail this test.
Oh.
So it's actually something that comes and is a sign of your child progressing. So it might not be intrinsic to humanity, it might be some. So I'm sure infant chimpanzees probably couldn't do it either.
This is off the topic, but I once had a great email correspondence with some woman who was getting a PhD in France about how babies recognize their mothers. And she concluded she did experiments after having other people walk into the room with a mask of the mother or a different hairdo and so forth. And for the first 2 months or 3 months, I think, it turned out that the baby recognizes the mother by the hairdo, which had not been known. And then I think after 3 months, it's recognizing the mother by a face. And at that point, she's doing experiments where you get another woman wearing the face, a copy of the mother's face. And so now there's 2 mothers, and the baby is absolutely delighted. And then, as I can't remember, but then I think at 4 or 5 months, when 2 copies of the mother comes in, the baby gets really panicked. So I lost track of her. If you have a baby, let me know. She got her PhD for this, and I haven't heard anything since. Yes?
Here's a sort of half-formulated thought that I just thought of regarding ways of thinking and ways of feeling. So it just occurred to me that it seems like if you go back to the list of feelings, it seems like when we talk about feeling, we're talking about a state that the brain is in. So it might be a complicated state that's like some combination of a lot of different parameters, but it's a state that you can stay in for like an arbitrary amount of time. But I think thinking is something that's more sequential, as in like when you're thinking, you're necessarily changing the state of your brain all the time because you're moving bits around. So I don't know. I just thought of it.
No, I think that's right. That thing when we talk about intelligent behavior, you're absolutely right. What you've got is a process that's criticizing itself and seeing when you got stuck and finding things to do. And I suppose in each emotional state, you're certainly also thinking. So that's going on, but maybe it's more restricted. Like if you're confronting somebody and there's a sort of conflict, then almost all your thoughts are constrained to that subject, and it's not as resourceful. But I'm just improvising.
Or perhaps like for each emotional state, when we say that we're in an emotional state, the thing that we're talking about are like the certain switches that get flipped in a certain state, or something is above a certain threshold. And you can have thoughts that are about anything in that state, but perhaps the state itself influences the type of thoughts that you're likely to have.
Okay, I think what I'm talking about in this context is sort of extreme forms where the person changes into another machine, and it's like an angry person won't listen to reason. So, or it's very hard to deflect them, and so it's a kind of rigid thing. So, but humans are rarely in such extreme states where nothing gets through. The whole point of that was that, and I just realized that I maybe was just too lazy, that we have this huge vocabulary of nuances of emotional activity, and people think these are, also people think that these are hard to explain and mysterious and non-physical and blah, blah, blah. But why do we wait till next week and see if somebody comes up with, or see if we can come up with a set of 30 or 40 words about intellectual states, curiosity of I just don't know how many there are, and I haven't thought of any in the last few minutes. Yes? Has anybody thought of a couple of?
Like Csikszentmihalyi's concept.
What's the word?
Flow. Like Csikszentmihalyi, like when you're really engaged in some activity that you're doing, and like you're really in the zone.
Yes, there's a state of keeping other things out so you can focus, not being interruptible. Yes.
So in the book The Side of Mind, you talk about agents and how like they divide between themselves, but I don't see anywhere about like how evolution like modified a lot agents. Like I believe that evolution modified the way we think right now. I don't know if you saw, there's a paper like wrote like 2 years ago. It's called The Origin of Behavior. And this guy tried to explain like how we make some decisions, evolutionary, like in a point of view of like our species. We are maximizing the probability of reproducing us. but individually we are not kind of increasing these efficiencies. And like I think somehow, like these agents would be like the decisions of agents or resources would be like very determined by evolution, since we have like a very long time to like of evolution of the human being, and somehow we have like hardwired to make some decisions. So for example, like he gives the example of like a guy.
Well, for lizards, that's certainly true, but why do humans keep changing their environment? And
so, like, for example, yeah, so he gives this example of like tossing a coin. The guy says that like this coin is unfair. And like there's he doesn't say the probabilities, but there is 75% of getting heads and 25% of getting tails. And like like the subjects, they choose randomly 25% of the time the tails, even though they can take account of the number of the times that you put heads. And even though if you choose always heads, you would get more money or whatever, you would make it the right decision. Like
that's called probability matching, and it's not a good strategy.
Yeah, but humans do that. Like
No, well, they do it if the psychologist rigs the experiment very carefully. It turns out that the best thing to, what do you think is the optimal strategy?
Always.
No, the optimal strategy turns out it's the square roots of the probabilities normalized to add up to 1. And I'll give you a proof next time. This theorem is due to Ray Solomanoff, who invented inductive probability theory.
But like evolution.
So evolution, if evolution did probability matching, then it would be wrong. And I bet you'll find out that those experiments are wrong. You have to see, how did he rig the experiment so that people, if it's probability 25%, they guess that 25%?
They made these experiments with goldfish.
I don't know. There was a theory about why you would expect it, but it's a good question. I don't think people use probabilities, though. So even if an experiment shows some, I would look for a flaw in the design of the experiment. Yes?
So Professor Minsky, you talked about a lot about emotion in today's lecture, and my understanding is that for someone who has a specific personality, they might have a predisposition to feel a certain emotion, whether it be like anger, fear, depression, or whatnot. My question is that if you had any insight or theories on to what extent our personality is affected by events or influences that happen to us over the course of a lifetime, and to what extent is it impacted by some sort of chemical or biological makeup of our brain?
Well, you're asking what do people learn? We don't care if it's chemical or, see, if it's chemical, it's still physical.
Because I read a little bit about sort of treatments for depression, and the argument is that a lot of the reasons for depression is because of some sort of chemical or biological way our brain is constructed.
Well, there's lots of complicated things about the brain. One feature of the brain that I don't know if everybody, you know that there are inhibitory and excitatory synapses. When one neuron connects to another, the impulse that goes along the axon to the target neuron may reduce the probability or the strength of its firing or increase it. So that's called inhibiting, or or exciting. That's not quite the right word, is it? Now, generally in the nervous system, as a rule, but not always, if you follow a chain of activity, it goes inhibiting, exciting, inhibiting, exciting. If you had too many excitatory things and there was a loop, then it would explode and it would wear itself out in jig time. So there is this general feature of the anatomy that you alternate. So when somebody talks about a drug having an inhibitory effect, that's sort of weird because it's inhibiting half the neurons and therefore lowering the thresholds of the ones they're connected to and so on. So I think the best thing is until you have a diagram of the functional relations between different brain centers, it might be best not to try to make generalizations about how the chemistry works. It's easy, but you know, people think of adrenaline as a stimulant, but in the epinephrine, but in the nervous system, it's locally it may be inhibiting things that are inhibiting something else, and so it appears to be exciting. Yes.
So I have a problem understanding the difference between thoughts and emotions. I know it might be simple, but since the only thing that I can separate in my mind is that thoughts, so let's call it a time constant. I can change it kind of rapidly. Emotions, time constant is small, and I can control it again much less. But since there is no, at least in this class, there is no free will, how can I make a decision on where the dividing line between these two entities is?
Oh, I think it's a waste of time. As far as I can see, emotional mechanisms are generally lower level, simpler ones than the ones that involve several layers of more layers of the brain. So it's just a relative thing. It's not that some states are emotional. You're always having some high-level thoughts and low-level thoughts. And the distinction, I just don't know why the distinction has occupied so much attention. I think it's because, and that goes back to having more words for, or asking how many words do we have for ways to think. It seems to me that in popular culture, there are very few words for ways to think, and lots of words for emotions, and so they're very prominent. Maybe you have to be smarter to distinguish between ways to think, and people generally are dumb. Not because they're inherently dumb, but they come from cultures which bully you if you know, what happens if you're in third grade and you're smart? You get it beaten out of you and you learn not to show it.
Kind of seems like that question of why did science happen earlier? Like why don't we have more ways to describe different ways to think? And that sort of puzzles me. But have we just not reflected as much on different thinking states or different approaches?
I wonder if the Greeks had more, but we.
I think they did. I think they had also more concept of ideas in different states and different potencies.
Who has a theory of that? What's your theory of the Middle Ages? How could things get dark for so dark for so long?
Well, I do have a theory.
And are we about to have one?
I think it has as much to do with the channels in which one can communicate ideas to other people, whether they exist or not, whether the avenues are open or closed. The Middle Ages were characterized by scientific discoveries being kept as family secrets.
Cardan knew how to take cube roots, and he wouldn't tell anyone.
Well, the classic stupid example is baby talk, which for 300 years made a single Italian family very rich. using tunnels to extract a baby in childbirth increased success rate in difficult births by about 10%, they say.
Wow.
And that was enough to build a family fortune until some servant finally spilled the beans, and that was the end of that.
Yeah, wow. So, who has a theory of the Middle Ages? Is there a standard theory? Yes.
Well, the concept of the Middle Ages as the Dark Ages is something that emerged mostly in the Renaissance, when people in the 15th, 16th century tried to present themselves as going back to the classical age of scholarship of ancient Greece and Rome, and as being better than their predecessor for the last few years. And this mostly happened because of the discovery of manuscripts that were translated from the ancient Greek, and in certain cases Latin, by Muslims who at the time were sort of receding from Europe. But so the entire concept of the Middle Ages might be a fabrication of the Renaissance. I mean, there were some significant discoveries at the time.
That's a nice idea. In other words, when was St. Patrick?
St. Patrick?
I'm told that he popularized a lot of technical manuscripts, brought them back into Europe.
Which is?
He has two achievements. One was bringing scientific culture back, and the other was getting snakes out of England or something. Ireland. I don't know which he was sainted for. Don't you have to do 3 miracles, or is it? Yeah.
Yeah, my theory is the Middle Ages ended around 2100. Because they'll say, after the Middle Ages end, they'll say, those guys back in the 21st century, they had no idea how thinking worked. They couldn't even think of a few ways to think. They had poverty, they had wars. Those guys were barely out of their loincloths.
Right. I just read a history of AI. I forget who wrote it. But it had this section saying, it mentioned the Newell-Simon. There was a thing called general problem solver, which I mentioned a couple of times in the book. And it's the idea that the way to solve a problem is to find, it's a symbolic servo. Find the difference between what you have and what you want, and look in your memory for something that can reduce that difference. Keep doing that. And of course, it's important to pay attention to the more important differences first and so forth. And I'll send you this article. This article is saying that they made a terrible mistake and this was a trivial theory. And that's why nobody uses it anymore. And it was interesting how many AI people fell for that idea in the 1960s. My complaint has been that if you look in a modern textbook on, you must have some in your first volume, Pat. Didn't you have some GPS things? If you want to keep up with AI, you should read Patrick's textbook, even though people are starting to use this new one, which doesn't have any AI in it. Who's it by? Russell and Norvig. It's probably pretty good technically, but I leafed through it and it didn't have any, never mind. It's probably better than I think because I'm jealous. Yes.
Kind of a different topic. In the Society of Mind, you were talking about the amnesia of infancy when you forget what you've learned and things that were once difficult become common sense and you can't even remember how it was you learned them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just kind of wondering about the reverse of that process when you try and say teach something to somebody that you internalize so deeply that you're putting awareness on it and bringing back up the different levels. I'm not exactly sure if there's a question to it, it's just kind of reflecting on it. And wondering about, is that itself another way of relearning the things that you learned? Or
That's sure an interesting question. when I first learned about programming, I had the idea that maybe babies think in machine language, and then after a while they start to think in Fortran, and then finally when they're a little older they think in Algol or something. And so, but when they switch from machine language to Fortran, then they can't remember their earlier thoughts. And there's almost no evidence of people finding genuine recollections from 2-year-olds at later ages. Now, almost everybody thinks they remember something, but there's the problem that you might have rehearsed it and translated it into the Fortran and the Algol and the Lisp and the logo, you know, whatever it is. I had, one of my greatest influences was a great mathematician named Andrew Gleason at Harvard, who I met practically the first day I got to Harvard. And he would always talk about things I didn't understand, and I would go home and look them up and try to. Anyway, one day we were talking about number forms. And number forms are a psychological phenomenon which about 30% of people have. And it was first described by Francis Galton. And the phenomenon is, if I ask you, close your eyes and tell me where is the number 3, how many of you have a place for the number 3? Well, that's a few. And so typically, if you imagine the visual field, that's a windshield, I guess. So there are these numbers, and they're nowhere in particular, except that it's usually like that for an older child. So here are these numbers. And what's more, in some people, they're colored. So I was talking to Andrew, I had read this Galton paper, which is 1890 or 1885 or something. And so I was asking people if they had number forms. And he said, oh yes, he has one. And he sketched it for me. And he said, and they're colored too. Oh, and his went way up, and the prime numbers were bright. What am I doing? Maybe the composite numbers were, something was bright, and they were colored. So I wrote this down, and over the next couple of years, I would look in antique stores for old children's blocks, and I found a set of blocks that matched that. And Andrew Gleason said that he knows when he acquired this thing, and it was about 4 years old, and he had a window which in his house, and there was a hill, and he could just see over the sill, and he imagined these numbers on the side of that hill. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, people who don't have a number form don't know what I'm talking about. But and I don't know if the 30% is still true, but it's an interesting phenomenon. And in most cases of early childhood, well, you can't find out because children do remember details of a house they lived in, but you don't know if they've copied it. So what was the original question? How much can you remember from infancy? L. Ron Hubbard thought you could go back to before you were born. And you could remember people talking about you when you're still in the womb. So anyway, John Campbell said you should look into this. And a few of us made an expedition. We went down to Elizabeth, New Jersey, to visit the just starting up Dianetics Center, and I met this L. Ron Hubbard, who had green eyes and was quite hypnotic looking. And the end of the story is he had been writing about how if you took this treatment of Dianetics, then you could memorize an entire newspaper in 5 minutes and do all sorts of miraculous things like that once your mind has been cleared of aberrations and obstacles. And it became a big industry and turned into later Scientology. I'm sure you've all heard about that. So we asked Hubbard to look at a newspaper and tell us what was in it. And he explained he was so busy training the other people to be cleared that he hadn't had time to go through the procedure himself. And I never saw him again. Yes?
What are your thoughts on memes and the fact that we're just replicas, or our thoughts, our actions are all replicas of something
Of memes?
Susan Blackmore?
You mean Dawkins?
Kind of,
I didn't quite get the whole question. The idea that
Oh, so memes, so for example, the way we talk and the way we all talk probably very much mimics the way our parents talked for people around us, and possibly the way we think as well. So how does that relate to how our mind develops? Or are we actually creative, original characters, or are we not at all?
well, of course, it's both, because you learn things from your culture, and then you might just mainly repeat things, or you might get the knack of making new ideas. I'm trying to remember what Dawkins' main ideas are. He invented the word meme to say that the ideas that people have might be considered to be somewhat similar to the genes in our heredity, and that societies are systems in which these memes, which are conceptual units of meaning or knowledge, propagate around and self-reproduce and mutate and spread. And I don't know what to say about it, except that it's obviously true that every now and then someone gets a new idea and tells people, and for one reason or another, they either forget it or tell someone else, and after a while it spreads, and some of them fill up the whole culture and some just die out. And whatever else Dawkins says, he's a very smart guy, but almost everything then, in my mind, is that he's explaining that religions are mostly made of these memes, and they're very bad and cost the world a great deal in progress and productivity. In other words, he's a militant atheist, and it's and there are about 5 bestsellers in that business today. But I don't know what else to say about memes. It's an obviously generally correct idea, but the great thing about genes is we know the 4 amino acids or 4 nucleic acids they're made of and how they're roped together and all that. And I don't think Dawkins' theory develops anywhere nearly as elegantly as modern genetics. So it would be nice if it could, but A really good theory of good ideas would be nice to have. What would it look like? Someday we'll have an AI that just punches them out.
I think it would look like a really good language.
Ah. Oh, right. Robert Heinlein has some stories in which the super intelligent people have a language that's so dense that in 5 syllables they can explain something that would take you a half hour. I forget what it's, Loglan. Maybe. Anyway, if you need a good idea, read Robert Heinlein. Sure.
I forgot where you mentioned this, where you talked about how geniuses, they might have just come up with better ways to think better, like better ways to think, better ways to learn.
Yes.
About how to better learn from meta learning. But why do you think they've never mentioned it, and why hasn't they like propagated that like method of better learning about how better to learn? You know?
That's a great question, and
do you think it just we don't have like, you know, a concept of an idea that like improves better learning? That
there's a couple of phenomena that, like, how come there were so many geniuses in Athens? And then some of the best mathematicians came from some high school in some little country next to the Baltic. Bulgaria? Romania. Yes, there was some high school in Romania that not only produced von Neumann, but about 5 or 6 other world-class mathematicians. I don't remember the details. So that's a nice question. How come, if there are these great memes, how come there aren't more big pockets of them? But there are a lot of cultures which were very inventive in other than intellectual fields. How come Paris got all those artists in the... How many of you saw the Woody Allen movie? What's it called? Paris at Midnight? It's so funny.
like would you be able to think of one? Say one idea that would improve, you know, your improvements on what you learn.
Right. That's a good question for each of us. What's your very best idea? And stop fussing with the other ones and get that one out. There must be some people who are very quiet and only speak once in a long time. We should watch them carefully. Yes?
I guess along those lines, do you ever feel restricted by language because every idea you have...
Wait. It's the sound, I can't hear it. Is that strong enough to lift you? I'm sure someone's done it. Sorry about that.
Do you ever feel restricted by language and that you must represent your theory of mind or any theory or idea with language?
No, I don't, but I once was jealous when Papert explained that he got some idea, and he explained he gets ideas like that when he thinks in French. What?
You draw pictures too.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not just language.
That's a language. Graphics. So we ought to have devices within the next few years that draw pictures when you think, or it's so funny. You know, we had cyborgs. What were they called? I mentioned them last time. We had Steve Mann, and who's the other one? Yeah. So there's these two guys around the Media Lab wearing various things on their head, and they're always typing, and you ask them a question, and they've searched Google. And when was that? 1990? But it's all gone. Nobody walks around with direct connection to the web.
Well, Steve Mann still does.
Yes. Anyway, I certainly expected it to turn up, and something wrong. So anyway, you should be able to buy one of these days. And what's her name? Who was that nice woman who had the EEG thing? Do you remember at TED? Forgot her name. Anyway, she had a sort of helmet which had about 20 electrodes, and she induced me to put it on. I was on a stage with about 1,000 people there, which was rather funny. And there's a little spot on a CRT, and I get to think about it moving one way or the other and rewarding it when it did the right thing for only about half a minute, and then I could steer it around. So here was a nice primitive gadget where you could sort of almost draw just by thinking this spot. And then she started a company and hasn't sent me one. Because maybe it was just beginner's luck. Beginner's luck or something. What?
Her name is Tom Lee.
Yes, Lee. Yeah. Did you find the company? But you'd think that there'd be lots of people wearing stuff and
Well, see, she's doing it right now.
with their keyboard. Right. Why don't we take a 5-minute break? I don't know. Huh. Well, I hate to interrupt because I see 10 different productive discussions. Yes, I saw quite a few apparently productive discussions. Maybe that's what the class needs, but anybody come to a conclusion? Yeah. See if you can knock the wall down and yeah.
It's not a conclusion, but it's a question. It's a thought experiment. So if you had a black box that could sort of replace part of your brain, and let's say you could replace like 5% at a time, at what point, if you assume that there's this self-entity, at what point would you lose yourself?
If you change, the question is, how much do you have in common with the you of yesterday as compared to when you graduated grade school? So this question of the idea of identity is very, very fuzzy. Yeah.
So the question sort of reminds me of these peculiar cases of transplant patients suddenly having preferences like the person they got the transplant from, like heart transplants and stuff. Somehow they start to like the same foods or use the same words or various odd things like that.
Marry the same spouses.
I read a science fiction novel by Robert Sawyer. Any of you know of him? Canadian writer. And it has to do with somebody who has a fatal disease. So he's going to die soon. But the technology is around where you can make a duplicate of him. And so he has a duplicate made. And he is sent to the moon for some reasons I can't remember, which is a kind of nursing home for, I think, people who are enfeebled and do much better with 1/7 gravity and so forth. There's some reason why. Anyway, the original copy is sent to the moon, and the substitute takes over. But then our hero is miraculously cured by eating the right stem cells or whatever. I don't remember. So now so he wants to come back, and the question is, who gets the car? So I can't remember the title of the novel, except that it has alien in it. Alienable rights is not something like that, but I wrote an article called Alienable Rights. But anyway, so are you the same as you were 5 minutes ago or 5 years ago or whatever? And as far as I'm concerned, the answer is who cares? It's a sort of silly question because no two things are exactly the same ever anyway. But again, a lot of these questions which look philosophical are legal. So the joke of that novel is that who owns the car is what matters to decide who is the real original and who's the copy. Frederick Pohl wrote a similar story much longer ago where people are copied and the copy is sent on a one-way trip to some planet to fix a broken reactor, and they always die, and you get $1 million for providing this copy. But one of the copies survives, so it's the same plot. I can't remember the... If you're looking for a good idea, if you go to 1950s science fiction, look for A.E. Van Vogt or Frederick Pohl or all those wonderful writers. That was before it was necessary to describe really good characters. And science fiction got better and better for the literary critics and generally worse and worse for the science fiction fans. Do we really have any more questions? Yes?
So we're entering into an age where sharing information between people short amount of time is quite easy. Internet and everything like this. Do you think that this will change? This will bring up many more ideas? Do you think that this will hinder? Because before this time, people had like problems with sharing the information, and also now it's much easier to have like a large group of people working on one thing. Do you think that this will change the way that we think, and do you think that this will make us better, make us worse?
It's a tough one. Bad things can happen, and good things can happen, and That's funny, because that reminds me again of science fiction. Because in science fiction, many, many years ago, some writers got the idea that there would be something like an internet, and some people realized there would be flash crowds. And now there are flash crowds. And I remember even as a kid talking to people who said, why not wire up the voting machines so that they're always there? And so if the government, somebody in the government wants to know, should we do this or that? Should we bomb China or not? You could get 100 million people to run up to the keyboard and say yes or no. And presumably when the, what do they call those, that great crowd of Jeffersons and Franklins and the Founding Fathers did a lot of things to prevent that. And the one that they focused on, which was one of the most effective, was called the Electoral College. And the United States is different from other places because we don't elect congressmen or presidents. We elect smart people from the community who then get together and decide who should be president. And of course now if anybody, now they belong to parties, and if any of them voted for the other party's candidate, they would be held to pay. But it was a great idea because the Founding Fathers realized that if you had instant feedback, which is what Hitler got, then you could say something really exciting and everybody would press the yes button, and then you kill all the Jews, and then the next speech you kill all the black people and all the yellow people and all the people whose last name doesn't begin with M. And so what you don't want is instant feedback. Now the new social networks are getting us close to that. And the question is it time to have, is it time to stop that? Is it getting dangerous? I don't know. But there must be a lot of people who are recognizing that this thing is creeping up on us, and you might be able to get 50 million people to do something reckless in a few minutes if you don't put some limits. I don't think we could get the Electoral College back because you'd have to get a majority to. What does it take to fix the Constitution? 2/3? We'll never see 2/3 again. It's the end of America. Well, we have 3 minutes. Yes?
If you were to design a direction for the field of psychology, obviously you want more than just a set of debugging tools. What would you say they should be doing?
They should read Patrick Winston's thesis. The psychologists now have disappeared into the tar pit of statistics, and they don't have the idea that knowledge needs complicated representations. And I don't care whether you assign probabilities to them or put them in the order in which you thought of them, or, or do what Doug Lennett did in his thesis of swapping things when one worked better than another, but I forget the question. But I think we've got to get better ideas about representation of knowledge, and I don't know where they're going to come from now that the whole AI community is drifting into these ways of avoiding representations. I haven't read the Norvig Russell book, so can anybody summarize what it says about knowledge representation? Who's read it? Was it?
Well, there's a chapter on logic and
first order logic.
That's so funny.
Propositional logic.
First order logic is what Newell and Simon thought of in 1956, before they thought of the so-called GPS thing. Logic can't make analogies. It's a very bad thing to get stuck with. 0 or 1. Maybe one of our papers should be on what should AI do next year. So really what my main concern it has been for quite a few years is to make some theory of how what makes people able to solve so many kinds of problems. I guess if you ran through the spectrum of all the animals, you'd find lots of problems that some animals can solve and people can't, like how many of you could build a beaver dam or a termite nest. So there are all sorts of things that evolution manages to produce, but maybe the most impressive one is what the human infant can do just by hanging around for 10 or 20 or 30 years and watching what other humans can do. So we can solve all sorts of problems, and my quarrel with the most of the artificial intelligence community has been that the great success of science in the last 500 years really has been in physics, and it's been rewarded by finding little sets of rules, like Newton's 3 laws and Maxwell's 4 laws, and Einstein's 1 law, or 2, that explained a huge range of everyday phenomena. Of course, in the 1920s and 30s, that apple cart got upset because actually Einstein himself, who had discovered the first quantum phenomena, namely the quantization of photons, had produced various scientific laboratory observations that were inexplicable in terms of either Maxwell or Newton or Einstein's earlier formulations. So my picture of the history is that in the 19th century and a little bit earlier, going back to Locke and Spinoza and Hume and a few of those philosophers, even Immanuel Kant, they had some pretty good psychological ideas. And as I mentioned the other day, I suspect that Aristotle was more like a modern cognitive psychologist and had even better ideas, but we've probably lost a lot of them because there are no tape recorders. Who knows what Aristotle and Plato said that their students didn't write down because it sounded silly. So the idea that we developed around here, mostly Seymour Papert and a lot of students, Pat Winston was one of the great stars of that period, was the idea that to get anything like human intellectual abilities, you're going to have all sorts of high-level representations. So one has to say the old conditioned reflex of stimulus versus stimulus producing a response isn't good enough. the stimulus has to be represented by some kind of semantic structure somewhere in the brain or mind. And so far as I know, it's only in the theories of not even modern artificial intelligence, but the AI of the 60s and 70s and 80s that people thought about what could be the internal representation of the kinds of things that we think about. Even more important, if one of those representations, you see something or you remember some incident and your brain represents it in some way, and if that way doesn't work, you take a breath and you sort of stumble around and find another way to represent it. Maybe when the original event first happened, you represented it in 3 or 4 ways. And so we're beginning to see, did anybody hear Ferrucci's talk? The Watson guy was up here a couple of days ago. I missed it, but they haven't made a technical publication, as far as I know, of how this Watson program works. But it sounds like it's something of an interesting society of mind-like structure, and it'd be nice if they would. Has anybody read any long paper on it? There have been a lot of press reports. Have you seen anything, Pat? So anyway, they seem to have done some sorts of common sense reasoning. As I said the other day, I doubt that Watson could understand why you can pull something with a string, but you can't push. And actually, I don't know if any existing program can understand that yet. I saw some amazing demonstrations yesterday by, or Monday by Steve Wolfram of his Wolfram Alpha, which doesn't do much common sense reasoning, but it has, what it does do is if you put it in a sentence, it finds 5 or 10 different representations, anything he can find that's sort of mathematical. And so when you ask it a question, it gives you 10 answers. And it's much better than previous systems because it doesn't, well, Google gives you 250,000 answers, but that's too many. And anyway, I'm just going to talk a little bit more and just, everybody should be trying to think of a question that the rest of the class might answer. So there are lots of different kinds of problems that people can solve, going back to the first one, like which moving object out there is my mother, and which might be a potential threat. So there are a lot of kinds of problems that we solve. And I've never seen any discussion in psychology books of what are the activities, principal activities of common sense thinking. Somehow, they don't have, or people don't, before computers, there really wasn't any way to think about high-level thinking because there weren't any technically usable ways to describe complicated processes. The idea of a conditional expression was barely on the threshold of psychology. So what kinds of problems do we have? And if you take some particular problem like, I find these days I can't get the top off bottles. So how do I solve that? And there are lots of answers. One is you look for somebody who looks really strong, or you reach into your pocket and you probably have one of these. and so on. There must be some way to put it on the floor and step on it and kick it with the other foot. But, so there are lots of problems that we're facing every day. And if you look in traditional cognitive psychology, or, well, what's the worst theory? The worst and the best theory got popular in the 1980s. It was called rule-based systems. And you just have a big library which says, if you have a soda bottle and you can't get the cap off, then do this or that or the other. And so some people decided, well, that's really all you need. Rod Brooks, in the 1980s, sort of said, we don't need those fancy theories that people like Minsky and Papert and Winston are working on. Why not just say for each situation in the outer world, have a rule that says how to deal with that situation? Let's make a hierarchy of them. And he described a system that sort of looked like the priority interrupt system in a computer. And he won all sorts of prizes for this really bad idea that's spread around the world. But it solved a lot of problems. There are things about priority interrupt that aren't obvious. Like suppose you have, in the first computers there was some problem because what should you do if there are several signals coming into the computer and you want to respond to them, and some of the signals are very fast and very short? Then you might think, well, I should give the highest priority to the signal that's going to be there the shortest time, something like that. The funny part is that when you made such a system, the result was that if you had a computer that was responding to some signal that's coming in at I'm talking about the days when computers were only working at a few kilohertz, a few thousand operations a second. God, that's slow. A million times shorter than what you have in your pocket. And if you give priority to the signals that have to be reacted to very fast, then what happens if you type to those computers? It would never see them because it's always... I saw this happening once. And finally, somebody realized that you should give the highest priority to the inputs that come in least frequently. Because there's always, otherwise, if there's something coming in very frequently, you'll just always be responding to it. Any of you run into this? It took me a while to figure out why. Anyway, there are lots of kinds of problems, and the other day I was complaining that we didn't have enough ways to we had hundreds of words for emotions, and here's a couple of dozen. They're in chapters 7 and 8, actually, most of these. So here's a bunch of words for describing ways to think, but they're not very technical. So you can talk about remorse and sorrow and blah, blah, blah. Hundreds and hundreds of words for feelings, and it's a lot of effort to find a dozen words for intellectual, for what should I call them, problem-solving processes. So it's curious to me that the great field called cognitive psychology has not focused in that direction. Anyway, here's about 20 or 30 of them, and you'll find them scattered through chapters 7 and 8. Here's my favorite one, and I don't know of any proper name for it, but if you're trying to solve a problem and you're stuck, and the example that comes to my mind is if I'm trying to remember someone's name, I can tell when it's hopeless. And the reason is that somehow or other, I know that there's a huge tree of choices. That's one way to represent what's going on. And, you know, I might know that, I'm sure that that name has a Z in it. So you search around and try everything you can. But of course, it doesn't have a Z. It's so the way to solve that problem is to give up, and then a couple of minutes later, the name occurs to you, and you have no idea how it happened, and so forth. So anyway, the long story is that Papert and I and lots of really great students in the 60s and 70s spent a lot of time making little models of problem solvers that didn't work, and we discovered that you needed something else, and we'd put that in. Other people would come say, that's hopeless. You're putting in more things than you need. And my conclusion is that, wow, it's the opposite of physics. In physics, you're always trying to find, you don't want to, what is it called, Occam's razor. Never have more structure than you need, because what? Well, it'll waste your time. But my feeling was, never have less than you'll need, but you don't know how many you'll need. So what I did, I had 4 of these, and then I forced myself to put in 2 more. And people ask, what's the difference between self-models and self-conscious processes? And I don't care. Or what's the difference between self-conscious and reflective? I don't care. And the reason is that, wow, it's nice to have a box that isn't full yet. So if you find something that your previous theory, going back to Brooks, he was so successful getting simple robots to work that he concluded that the things didn't need any internal representations at all. And for some mysterious reason, the Artificial Intelligence Society gave him their annual big prize for this very wrong idea. And it caused AI research to sort of half collapse in places like Japan, who said, oh, rule-based systems is all we need. Anybody want to defend him? The odd thing is, if you talk to Brooks, he's one of the best philosophers you'll ever meet. And he says, oh yes, of course that's wrong, but it helps people do research and get things done. And as I think I mentioned the other day, when the 3 Mile Island thing happened, there was no way to get into the reactor. That was 1980. And 30 years later, when the, how do you pronounce it? Fukushima accident happened, there was no robot that could go in and open a door. And I don't know who to blame for that. Maybe us. But my picture of the history is that the places that did research on robotics, there were quite a few places, and for example, Carnegie Mellon was very impressive in getting the Sony dogs to play soccer. And they're still at it, and I think I mentioned that Sony still has a stock of, what's it called? Say it again. FIBO?
FIBO, A-I-B-O.
Oh, right. IBOs, right. But the trouble is they're always broken. And there was a robot here called Cog that Brooks made, and it sometimes worked, but usually it wasn't working. And so only one student at a time could experiment with the robot. what was that wonderful project of trying to make a walking machine? For 4 years there was a project to make a robot walk, and there was only one of it. So first, only one student at a time can do research on it, and most of the time something's broken and you're fixing it, and so you end up that you sort of get 5 or 10 hours a week on your laboratory physical robot. At the same time, Ed Fredkin had a student who tried to make a walking robot, and it was a stick figure on the screen, and I forgot the student's name. But anyway, he simulated gravity and a few other things. And in a couple of weeks, he had a pretty good robot that could walk and go around turns and bank. And if you simulated an oily floor, it could slip and fall, which we considered the high point of the demo, actually. So there, let me find. So anyway, I've sort of asked you to read my 2 books for this course, but those are not the only good texts about artificial intelligence. And if you want to dig deeper, it might be a good idea to go to the web and type in Aaron Sloman, S-L-O-M-A-N, and you'll get to his website, which is something like that. And Sloman is a sort of philosopher who can program. There are a handful of them in the world, and he has lots of interesting ideas that nobody's gotten to carry out. And so I recommend. Who else is? Pat, do you ever recommend anyone else?
No.
What? I'm trying to think. I mean, if you're looking for philosophers, Dan Dennett has a lot of ideas, but Sloman is the only person I'd say is a sort of real professional philosopher who tries to program at least some of his ideas. And he has successful students who have made larger systems work. So if you get tired of me, and you ought to, then go look at this guy and see who he recommends. So, okay, who has a good question to ask?
Marvin, we're talking about how we have a lot of words for emotions. Why do we only have one word for cause?
It's a mystery, but I spent most of the couple of days making this list bigger. But these aren't, these are things that you do when you're thinking. You make analogies. If you have multiple goals, you try to pick the most important one, or in some cases, if you have several goals, maybe you should try to achieve the easiest one, and there's a chance that it'll lead you into what to do about the harder ones. But a lot of people think that, mostly in England, that logic is a good way to do reasoning, and that's completely wrong. Because in logic, first of all, you can't do analogies at all, except at a very high level. It takes 4 or 5 nested quantifiers to say A is to B as C is to which of the following 5. Or So I've never seen anyone do analogical thinking using formal logic, first order or higher order predicate calculus. What's logic good for? It's great after you've solved a problem because then you can formalize what you did and see if some of the things you did weren't necessary. In other words, after you've got the solution to a problem, which you got by going through a big search, you finally found a path from A to Z, and now you can see if the assumptions that you had to make to bridge all these various little gaps were all essential or not. So, yes?
Like, what kind of example would you say that logic can do analysis? Like water is for bottle as like containment, or like why you just do highlight? Why don't see?
Well, because you have to make a list of hypotheses, and then let me see if I can find Evans. The trouble is, darn, Evans' name is in a picture, and Word can't look inside its pictures. Can PowerPoint find words in its illustrations? Why don't I use PowerPoint? Because I've discovered that PowerPoint can't read pictures made by other programs in the Microsoft Word suite. The drawing program in Word is pretty good. And then there's an operation in Word which will make a PowerPoint out of what you drew. And it's 25 years since Microsoft hasn't fixed the fatal errors that it makes when you do that. In other words, I don't think that the PowerPoint and Word people communicate, and they both make a lot of money. So that might be the reason. Where was I? Well, you can do anything in logic if you try hard enough, but A is to B as C is to X is a four-part relation, and you'd need a whole pile of quantifiers. And how would you know what to do next? Yes?
Talk a bit about the situation in which we are able to perform some sort of action like really fluently and really well, but we cannot describe what we're doing. And the example I give is, say, I'm like an expert African drummer from Africa, and I can make these like really complicated rhythms, but if you ask me, what did you just do? Like, I have no idea how to describe it. And in that case, do you think the person is capable of like, or I guess, do you think the person, we can say that the person understands this even though they cannot explain it?
Well, but if you take an extreme form of that, you can't explain why you used any particular word for anything. There's no reason it's remarkable how well people can do in everyday life to tell people how they got an idea, but when you look at it, it doesn't say how you would program a machine to do it. So there's something very peculiar about the idea that, well, it goes back to this idea that people have free will and so forth. Suppose I say, look at this and say, this has a constriction at this point. Why did I say constriction? How do you decide what word to use for something? You have no idea. So it's a very general question. It's not clear that the different parts of the frontal lobes, which might have something to do with making plans and analyzing certain kinds of situations, have any access to what happens in the Broca, or what's the speech production area. Broca, and I'm trying to find the name of the other one. It's connected by a cable that's about a 1/4 inch thick. Wernicke, yeah. We have no idea how those work. As far as I've never seen any publication in neuroscience that says, here's a theory of what happens in Wernicke's area. Have any of you ever seen one? What do those people think about? But they'll tell you about, I was reading something which said, it's going to be very hard to understand these areas because each neuron is connected to 100,000 little fibers. Well, some of them are, and I bet they don't do much except sort of set the bias for some large collection of other neurons. But if you ask somebody, how did you think of such a word, they will tell you some story or anecdote, but they won't be able to describe some sort of procedure which is, say, in terms of a language like Lisp, and say, I const this and that, and I took the cdr of this and the car of that, and I put them in this register, and then I swapped that with. You don't see theories of how the mind works in psychology today. The only parts are, they know a little bit about some aspects of vision because you can track the paths of images from the retina to the, what's called the primary visual cortex, and people have been able to figure out what some of those cortical columns do. And if you go back to an animal like the frog, then researchers like Bitzi and others have figured out how the equivalent of the cerebellum in the frog, they've got almost the whole circuit of how when the frog sees a fly, it manages to turn its head that way and stick its tongue out and catch it. But in the case of a human, I've never seen any theory of how any person thinks of anything. So there's artificial intelligence, which has high-level theories of semantic representations. And there's neuroscience, which has good theories of some parts of locomotion and some parts of sensory systems. And to this day, there's nothing much in between. David here has decided to go from one to the other, and former student of mine, Bob Hearn, has done a little bit on both, and I bet there are 20 or 30 people around the country who are trying to bridge the gap between symbolic artificial intelligence and mappings of the nervous system. But it's very rare, and I don't know who you could ask to get support to work on a problem like that for 5 years. Yeah.
So presumably to build a human-like artificial intelligence, we need to perfectly model our own intelligence, which means that if we're the system, we ourselves are the system that we're trying to understand. But
well, it doesn't have to be exact. I mean, people are different, and typical person looks like they have 400 different brain centers doing slightly different things or very different things. And we have these examples. In many cases, if you lose a lot of your brain, you're very badly damaged. And in other cases, you recover and become just about as smart as you were. Probably a few cases where you got rid of something that was holding you back, but it's hard to prove that. So we don't need a theory of how people work yet. And the nice thing about AI is that we could eventually get models which are pretty good at solving what people call everyday common sense problems. And probably in many respects, they're not the way the human mind works. It doesn't matter. But once you've got, if I had a program which was pretty good at understanding why you can pull with a string but not push, then there's a fair chance you could say, well, that seems to resemble what people do. I'll do a few psychological experiments and see what's wrong with that theory and how to change it. So at some point, there'll be people making AI systems, comparing them to particular people and trying to make them fit. The trouble is nowadays it takes a few months to, if you get a really good new idea, to program it. I think there's something wrong with programming languages, and what we need is a programming language which where the instructions describe goals and then sub-goals. And then finally you might say, well, let's represent this concept by a number or a semantic network of some sort. But yes.
On that idea of having a programming language where you define goals.
Is there a goal-oriented language?
So there's kind of one. If you think about it, if you squint hard enough, something like SQL, where you tell the computer, I want to find, the top 10 people in my database with this high value, and then you don't worry about how the system goes about doing that. In a sense, you're defining the goal and it goes and sees that. But you got to squint a little bit.
What's it called?
SQL.
SQL.
So, looks at a database and queries it and asks.
Oh, right. Yes, I guess database query languages are on the track, but Wolfram Alpha seems to be better than I thought. Well, he was running it. And Steve Wolfram was giving this demo at a meeting we were at on Monday, and he'd say, well, maybe I'll just say this, and it always worked. So maybe either the language is better than I thought, or Wolfram is better than I thought. That's something. Remarkable guy. Yes?
So I liked this example of you only remember a name you can remember a name after you've given up consciously trying to think about it. Do you think this is a matter of us being able to set up background processes and then either there's some delay, like we give up, there's some delay in the process, or we don't have the ability to correctly terminate processes? Do you think this only works for memory, or could it work for other things? Like, could I start an arithmetic operation and then give up, and then it'll come to me later?
Well, there's a lot of nice questions about things like that. How many processes can you run at once in your brain? And I was having a sort of argument the other day about music, and I was wondering if I see a big difference between Bach and the composers who do counterpoint. Counterpoint, you usually have several versions of a very similar idea. Maybe there's one theme, and you have it playing, and then another voice comes in, and it has that theme upside down or a variation of it, or in some cases exactly the same, and then it's called a canon. And, so the tour de force in classical music is when you have 2 or 3 or 4 versions of the same thought going on at once in different times. And my feeling was that in popular music, or if you take a typical band, then there might be 4 people, and they're doing different things at the same time, usually not the same musical tunes, but there's a rhythm, and there's a timpani, and there's various instruments doing different things. But you don't have several doing the same thing. I might be wrong, and somebody said, well, some popular music has a lot of counterpoint. I'm just not familiar with it. But I think if you're trying to solve a hard problem, it's fairly easy to look at the problem in several different ways. But what's hard is to look at it in several almost the same ways that are slightly different. Because probably, if you believe that the brain is made of agents or resources or whatever, you probably don't have duplicate copies of ones that do important things, because that would take up too much real estate. So anyway, I might be completely wrong about jazz. Somebody, maybe they have just as complicated overlapping things as Bach and the contrapuntal composers did. But yeah.
What is the ultimate goal of artificial intelligence? Is it some sort of application, or is it more philosophical?
Oh, everyone has different goals or ones.
In your opinion?
I think we're going to need it, because the disaster that we're working our way toward is that people are going to live longer, and they'll become slightly less able. And so you'll have billions of 200-year-old people who can barely get around, and there won't be enough people to import from underdeveloped countries to, or they won't be able to afford them. So we're going to have machines that take care of us. Of course, that's just a transient, because at some point then you'll download your brain into a machine and fix everything that's wrong. So we'll need robots for a few hundred years or a few decades, and then we'll be them and we won't need them anymore. But it's an important problem. What's going to happen in the next 100 years? You're going to have 20 billion 200-year-olds and nobody to take care of them unless we get AI. Nobody seems particularly sad about that. How long? Oh, another anecdote. I was once giving a lecture and talking about people living a long time. And nobody in the audience seemed interested. And I'd say, well, suppose you could live 400 years. And most of the people, then I asked, what was the trouble? And they said, wouldn't it be boring? So then I tried it again in a couple of other lectures. And if you ask a bunch of scientists, how would you like to live 400 years? Everyone says yay. And you ask them why, and they say, well, I'm working on a problem that I might not have time to solve, but if I had 400 years, I bet I could get somewhere on it. And the other people don't have any goal. That's my cold-blooded view of the typical non-scientist. There's nothing for them to do in the long run. Who can think of, what should people do? What's your goal? How many of you want to live 400 years? Wow, must be scientists here. Try it on some crowd and let me know what happens. Are people really afraid? Yeah.
I think maybe the differentiating factor is whether or not your 400 years is just going to be the repetition of 100 years experience, or if it'll start to like take off, and you'll start to learn better ways to think, and you'll progress.
Right. I've seen 30 issues of The Big Bang, and I don't look forward to the next one anymore, because they're getting to be all the same. Although it's the only thing on TV that has scientists. Seriously, I hardly read anything except journals and science fiction, because, yeah.
What's the motivation to have robots take care of us as we age, as opposed to enhancing our own cognitive abilities or a prosthetic body or something more cyborg? Why have? What's the joy of living if you can't do anything? somebody takes care of me.
I can't think of any advantage except that medicine isn't getting, the age of unhandicapped people went up 1 year every 4 since the late 1940s. So lifespan so that's 60 years. So people are living 15 years longer on the average than they did when I was born, or even more than that. But it's leveled off lately. Now, I suspect that you only have to fix a dozen genes, or who knows, nobody really has a good estimate. But you can probably double the lifespan if you could fix. Nobody knows, but maybe there's just a dozen processes that would fix a lot of things, and then you could live longer without deteriorating. And lots of people might get bored, but they'll self-select. I don't know. What's your answer?
I feel that AI is more, as in the goal is not to help take care of people, but to complement what we already have, to entertain us.
You could also look at them as our descendants, and we will have them replace us, and just as a lot of people consider their children to be the next generation of them, and I know a lot of people who don't, so it's not a universal, but what's the point of anything? I don't want to get in. We might be the only intelligent life in the universe, and in that case, it's very important that we solve all our problems and make sure that something intelligent persists. I think Carl Sagan had some argument of that sort. If you were sure that there were lots of others, then it wouldn't seem so important. Who's the new Carl Sagan? Is there any? Is there a public scientist? Who?
He's the guy who is on Nova all the time talking about his.
Oh, Tyson?
Brian
Greene. He's very good. Tyson is the astrophysicist. Brian Greene is a great actor. He's quite impressive. Yeah.
When would you say a machine has a sense of self? We think there's something that's like a self inside us partly because there's some processes we don't, that's shielded from us. We just mysteriously assign it to the self. But when would you say a machine has a sense of self?
Well, I think that's a funny question because if we're programming it, we can make sure that the machine has a very good abstract but correct model of how it works, which people don't. So people have a sense of self, but it's only a sense of self, and it's just plain wrong in almost every respect. And so it's a really funny question because when you make a machine that really has a good, useful representation of what it is and how it works, it might be quite different, have different attitudes than a person does. Like it might not consider itself very valuable and say, oh, I could make something that's even better than me and jump into that. And so it wouldn't have it might not have any self-protective reaction, because if you could improve yourself, then you don't want not to. Whereas we're in a state where there's nothing much we can do except try to keep living, and we don't have any alternative. If stupid thing to say. I can't imagine getting tired of living, but lots of people do. Yeah.
What do you think about creative thinking as a way of thinking, and where does this creativity come from, or anything that comes up with it?
I had a little section about that somewhere that I wrote, which was the difference between artists and scientists or engineers. And engineers have a very nice situation because they know what they want, because somebody's ordered them to make a. In the last month, 3 times I've walked away from my computer, and how many of you have a Mac with the magnetic thing? And 3 times I pulled it by tripping on this, and it fell to the floor and didn't break. And I've had Macs for 20 odd years, or since 1980. When did they start? 30 years. And they have the regular jack power supply in the old days. And I don't remember, and usually when you pull the cord, it comes out. Here's this cord that Steve Jobs and everybody designed very carefully so that when you pull it, nothing bad would happen. But it does. How do you account for that?
It used to be better when the old plugs were perpendicular to the plug, and now it's kind of.
Well, it's quite a wide angle.
Right. So it works at a certain angle,
Yeah.
and the cable now, instead of naturally lying in that area, actually naturally lies in the area where it doesn't work.
Well, what it needs is a little ramp so that it would slide out. I mean, it would only take a minute to file it down so that it would slide out. But they didn't. I forget why I mentioned that, but. Right. So what's the difference between an artist and an engineer? Well, when you do a painting, it seems to me if you're already good at painting, then 9/10 of the problem is, what should I paint? So you can think of an artist as 10% skill and 90% trying to figure out what the problem is to solve. Whereas for the engineer, somebody's told him what to do, make a better cable connector. And so he's going to spend 90% of his time actually solving the problem, and only 10% of the time trying to decide what problem to solve. So I don't see any difference between artists and engineers, except that the artist has more problems to solve than it could possibly solve, and usually ends up by picking a really dumb one, like, let's have a saint and 3 angels. Where will I put the 3rd angel? That's the engineering part. Yeah. just improvising. So to me, the media lab makes sense. The artists or semi-artists and the scientists are doing almost the same thing. And if you look at the more arty people, they're a little more concerned with human social relations and this and that. And others are more concerned with very technical, specific aspects of signal processing or semantic representations and so on. So I don't see much difference between the arts and the sciences. And then, of course, the great moments are when you run into people like Leonardo and Michelangelo who get some idea that requires a great new technical innovation that nobody has ever done, and it's hard to separate them. I think there's some place where Leonardo realizes that the lens in the eye would mean that the image is upside down on the retina, and he couldn't stand that. So there's a diagram he has where the cornea is curved enough to invert the image, and then the lens inverts it back again, which is contrary to fact, but he has a sketch showing that he was worried about if the image were upside down on the retina, wouldn't things look upside down? But yeah.
I have a related question. Did you ever heard about hierarchical temporal memory and
Temporal?
temporal memory? Like there's a system that a guy is trying to create that tries to imitate how our brain records stuff. And they have a company called Urema, and they're gonna release a software at the end of this year on it. And there's like some research. They have a paper on it.
Well, I'm not sure what.
This is Jeff Hawkins' project?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's Jeff Hawkins.
I haven't heard. About 10 years ago, he said, Hawkins?
Yeah, Hawkins.
Yeah, well, he was talking about 10 years ago how great it was, and I haven't heard a word of any progress. Is there some? Have anybody heard of? There's a couple of books about it, but I've never seen any claim of that it works. They wrote a ferocious review of the Society of Mind, which came out in 1986. And the Hawkins group existed then and had this talk about a hierarchical memory system. But as far as I can tell, it's all bluff. Nothing happened. I've never seen a report that they have a machine which solved a problem. But let me know if you find one. Because, oh well, Hawkins got really mad at me for pointing this out. But I was really mad at him for having 4 of his assistants write a bad book review of my book, so I hope we were even. If anybody can find out whether, I forget what it's called, do you remember its name?
Was the name of this company.
Well, let's find out if it can do anything yet. Hawkins is wealthy enough to support it for a long time, so it should be good by now. Yes?
Do you think when going to solve a problem, people first start out with some sort of classification in their head of the kind of problem it is, or is that not necessary?
Yes. That's, well, there's this huge book called Human Problem Solving, which was, I don't know how many of you know the names of Newell and Simon. Originally it was Newell, Shaw, and Simon. And in the, believe it or not, in the late 1950s, they did some of the first really productive AI research. And then I think in 1970, so that's sort of after 12 years of discovering interesting things, their main discovery was the gadget that they called GPS, which is not Global Positioning Satellite, but General Problem Solver. And you can look it up in the index of my book, and there's a sort of 1 or 2 page description. But if you ever get some spare time, search the web for their early paper by Newell and Simon on how GPS worked, because it's really fascinating. What it did is it looked at a problem and found some features of it, and then looked up in a table saying that if there's this difference between what you have and what you want, use such and such a method. So it was sort of what I called it, I renamed it a difference engine as a sort of joke, because the first computer in history was the one called the difference engine, but it was for predicting tides and things. Anyway, they did some beautiful work, and there's this big book, which I think is about 1970, called Human Problem Solving. And what they did is got some people to solve problems, and they trained the people to talk while they're solving the problem. So some of them were little cryptograms like, if each letter stands for a digit, I've forgotten it. Pat, do you remember the name, one of those problems? John plus Joe, John plus Jane equals Robert or something. That, I'm sure that has no solution. But those are called cryptarithmetic. And so they had dozens or hundreds of people who would be trained to talk aloud while they're solving little puzzles like that. And then what they did was look at exactly what the people said and how long they took, and in some cases, where they moved their eyes. They had an eye tracking machine. And then they wrote programs that showed how this guy solved a couple of these cryptarithmetic problems. Then they ran the program on a new one, and in some rare cases, it actually solved the other problem. So this is a book which looks at human behavior and makes a theory of what it's doing. And the output is a rule-based system. So it's not a very exciting theory, but there had never been anything like it in psych. You know, it was like Pavlov discovering conditioned reflexes for rats or dogs, and Newell and Simon are discovering some rather higher level, almost a Rodney Brooks-like system for how humans solve some problems that most people find pretty hard. Anyway, what there hasn't been is much, I don't know of any follow-up. They spent years perfecting those experiments and writing about results. Anybody know anything like that? What psychologists are trying to make real models of real people solving toy problems? It has a green light.
It has a green light, but the switch was on.
Boo. Oh, it doesn't. Yes.
Did that particular study try and see when a person gave up on a particular problem-solving method and how they switched to another, which one they switched to based on when they were trying?
It has inexplicable points at which the person suddenly gives up on that representation. And he says, oh, well, I guess R must be 3. Did I erase? Well, yes, it's got episodes, and they can't account for there are these little jerks in the script where the model changes. And, sorry. And they announce those to be mysteries and say, here's a place where the person has decided the strategy isn't working and starts over or is changing something. The amazing part is that their model sometimes fits what the person says for 50 or even 100 steps. The guy saying, oh, I think Z must be 2, and P must be 7, and that means P plus Z is 9, and I wonder what's 9. And So their model fits for very long strings, maybe 2 minutes of the person mumbling to themselves. And then it breaks, and then there's another sequence. So Newell actually spent more than a year after doing it verbally at tracking the person's eye motions and trying to correlate the person's eye motions with what the person was talking about. And guess what? None. It was almost as though you look at something and then to think about it, you look away. It was Newell was quite distressed because he spent about a year crawling over this data trying to figure out what kinds of mental events caused the eyes to change what they were looking at. But when the problem got hard, you would look at a blank part of the thing more often than the place where the problem turned up. So conclusion, that didn't work. When I was a very young student in college, I had a friend named Marcus Singer who was trying to figure out how the nerve in the forelimb of a frog worked. And so he was operating on tadpoles, and he spent about 6 weeks moving this sciatic nerve from the leg up to the arm of this tadpole. And then they all got some fungus and died. So I said, "What are you going to do?" And he said, "Well, I guess I'll have to do it again." And I switched from biology to mathematics. But in fact, he discovered the growth hormone that he thought came from the nerve and made the... If you cut off the limb bud of a tadpole, it'll grow another one and grow a whole... It was a newt, I'm sorry, it's salamander. It'll grow a new hand. If you wait till it's got a substantial hand, it won't grow a new one. But he discovered the hormone that makes it do that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, one of the questions from the homework that kind of relates to the problem solving. A common theme is having multiple ways to react to the same problem, but how do we choose which options to add as possible reactions to the same problem?
Oh, so we have a whole lot of if-thens, and we have to choose which if. I don't think I have a good theory of that. Yes, if you have a huge rule-based system, and what does Randy Davis do? What if you have a rule-based system and a whole lot of rules ifs fit the condition? Do you just take the one that's most often worked? Or if nothing seems to be working, you certainly don't want to keep trying the same one. I think I mentioned Doug Lennett's rule. Some people will assign probabilities to things, to behaviors, and then pick the way to react in proportional to the probability that that thing has worked in the past. And Doug Lennett thought of doing that, but instead he just put the things in a list, and whenever a hypothesis worked better than another one, he would raise it, push it toward the front of the list. And then whenever there was a choice, it would pick, if all the rules that fit, it would pick the one at the top of the list. And if that didn't work, it would get demoted. So that's when I became an anti-probability person. That is, if just sorting the things on a list worked pretty well, our probability is going to do much better. No, because if you do probability matching, you're worse off than what? Ray Solomanoff discovered that if you have a set of probabilities that something will work, and you have no memory, so that each time you come and try I think I mentioned that the other day, but it's worth emphasizing because nobody in the world seems to know it. Suppose you have a list of things, P equals this, or that, or that. And in other words, suppose there's 100 boxes here, and one of them has a gold brick in it, and the others don't. And so for each box, suppose the probability is 0.9 that this one has the gold brick, and this one has 0.01, and this has 0.01. Let's see, how many of them? So there's 10 of these. That makes... Now, what should you do? Suppose you're allowed to keep choosing a box, and you want to get your gold brick as soon as possible. What's the smart thing to do? But you have no memory. Maybe the gold brick is decreasing in value, I don't care. But so should you keep trying 0.9 if you have no memory? Well, of course not. Because if you don't get it the first time, you'll never get it. Whereas if you tried them at random each time, then you'd have 0.9 chance of getting it. So in 2 trials, you'd have, what am I saying? In 100 trials, you're pretty sure to get it, but in 100 trials, almost certain. So if you don't have any memory, then probability matching is not a good idea. Certainly picking the highest probability is not a good idea, because if you don't get it the first trial, you'll never get it. If you keep using the probabilities what am I saying? Anyway, what do you think is the best thing to do? It's to take the square roots of those probabilities and then divide them by the sum of the square roots, so it adds up to 1. And so a lot of psychologists design experiments until they get the rat to match the probability, and then they publish it. It's sort of like the... But if the animal is optimal and doesn't have much memory, then it shouldn't match the probability of the unknown. It should... end of story. Every now and then I search, every few years, to see if anybody has noticed this thing, which... and I've never found it on the web. Yeah.
So earlier in the course class, you mentioned that your rule-based methods didn't work, and that several other methods were tried between the 60s and the 80s. Could you go into a bit about what these other methods were that have been tried?
Well, I don't mean to say they don't work. Rule-based methods are great for some kinds of problems. So most systems make money, and you know, if you're trying to make hotel reservations and things, this business of rule-based systems, it has a nice history. A couple of AI researchers really, notably Ed Feigenbaum, who was a student of Newell and Simon, started a company for making rule-based systems. And the company did pretty well for a while until, and they maintained that only an expert in artificial intelligence could be really good at making rule-based systems. And so they had a lot of customers and quite a bit of success for a year or two. And then some people at Arthur D. Little said, oh, we can do that. And they made some systems that worked fine. And the market disappeared because it turned out that you didn't have to be good at anything in particular to make rule-based systems work. So, but for doing harder problems like translating from one language to another, you really needed to have more structure, and you couldn't just take the probabilities of words being in a sentence, but you had to look for diagrams and trigrams and have some grammar theory and so forth. So, but generally, if you have a ordinary data processing problem, try a rule-based system first, because if you understand what's going on, it's a good chance you'll get things to work. I'm sure that's what the Hawkins thing started out as. I don't have any questions. Sure.
Computers or machines can use relatively few electronic components to run a batch of different types of thought operations. All that changes is data over which the operation runs. In the critic selector model, are resources different bundles of data or different physical parts of the brain?
Which model?
The critic selector model.
Oh, actually, I've never seen a large-scale theory of how the brain connects its. There doesn't seem to be a global model anywhere. Anybody read any neuroscience books lately? I mean, I just don't know of any big diagrams. Here's this wonderful behavioral diagram. So, how many of you have run across the word ethology? Just a few. There's a branch of the psychology of animals, which is, thanks, which is called ethology. And it's the study of instinctive behavior. So these, and the most famous people in that field, well, Nico Tinbergen and Konrad Lorenz are the most famous. I've just lost the name of the guy around the 1900 who wrote a lot about the behavior of ants. Anybody ring a bell? So he was sort of the first ethologist. And these people don't study learning because it's hard to, I don't know why, but so they're studying instinctive behavior, which is what are the things that all fish do of a certain species. And you get these big diagrams. This is from a little book which you really should read called The Study of Instinct. And it's a beautiful book. And if that's not enough, then there's a 2-volume similar book by Konrad Lorenz, who was an Austrian researcher. They did a lot of stuff together, these two people. And it's full of diagrams showing the main behaviors that they were able to observe of various low-cost animals. I think I mentioned that I had some fish, and I watched the fish tanks, what they were doing for a very long time, and came to no conclusions at all. And when I finally read Tinbergen and Lorenz, I realized it had never occurred to me to guess what to look for. My favorite one was that whenever a fire engine went by, Lorenz's sticklebacks, the male sticklebacks, would go crazy and look for a female, because when the female's in heat, or whatever it's called, estrus, the lower abdomen turns red. I think fire engines have turned yellow recently, so I don't know what the sticklebacks do about that. So if you're interested in AI, you really should look at least one of these people, because it's the first appearance of rule-based systems in great detail in psychology. There weren't any computers yet. There must be 20 questions left. Yeah.
While we're on the topic of ethology, so I know that early on, people were kind of, they were careful not to apply ethology to humans until about, what, 60s, E.O. Wilson with sociobiology. So I was wondering about your opinion on that, and maybe even have anecdotes about the time where it was pretty controversial around this area especially.
Oh, I don't know. I sort of grew up with Ed Wilson because we had the same fellowship at Harvard for 3 years, but he was almost never there because he was out in the jungle in some little telephone booth watching the birds or bees. Or he also had a 26-year-old aunt, not aunt, aunt. A-N-T. I'm not sure what the controversy would have been, but of course, there would be humanists who would say people aren't animals, but then what the devil are they? Why aren't they better than they? You've got to read this. It's a fairly short book, and you'll never see an animal as the same again, because I swear, you start to notice all these little things. You're probably wrong, but you start picking up little pieces of behavior and trying to figure out what part of the instinct system is it. And Lorenz was particularly, I think in chapter 2 of the Emotion Machine, I have some quotes from these guys. And Lorenz was particularly interested in how animals got attached to their parents, that is, for those animals that do get attached to their parents. Like alligator babies live in the alligator's mouth for quite a while. It's a good, safe place. And Lorenz would catch birds just when they're hatching, and within the first day or so, some baby birds get attached to whatever large moving object is nearby. And that was often Conrad Lorenz, rather than the bird's mother, who's supposed to be sitting on the egg when it hatches, and the bird gets attached to the mother. Most birds do, because they have to stay around and get fed. So it is said that wherever Lorenz went in Vienna, there were some ducks or whatever birds that had gotten imprinted on him would come out of the sky and land on his shoulder, and on no one else. And he has various theories of how they recognize him. But you could do that too. Anyway, that was quite a field, this thing called ethology. And between 1920 and 1930, I guess, 1950, there were lots of people studying the behavior of animals, and Ed Wilson is probably the most well-known successor to Lorenz and Tinbergen. And I think he just wrote a book. Is that anybody seen it? He has a huge book called Sociobiology, which is too heavy to read. I've run out of things. Yes?
Thinking about the question, if we were to build the Society of Mind ideas in that book, we had the machinery from it, what would the initial state of the machine be if we were to start something? Is that dictated by the goals given to it? And by state, I mean the different agents, the resources they have access to. What would that initial state look like?
He's asking if you made a model of the programmed a Society of Mind architecture, what would you put in it to start with? I never thought about that. It's a great question. I guess it depends whether you want it to be a person or a marmoset or chicken or something. Are there some animals that don't learn anything? Must be. What do the ones that Sidney Brenner studied?
See, elegance, they learn. I mean, very simple associations.
The little worms? There was a rumor that if you fed them RNA, was it them or was it some slightly higher animal?
It was worms.
What?
RNA interference, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
There was one that if you taught a worm to turn left when there was a bright light, or right, and put some of its RNA into another worm, that worm would copy that reaction even though it hadn't been trained. And this was...
That wasn't worms, that was slugs.
Slugs.
I think it was,
yes.
Plagiaris, or something.
It's a little snail-like thing. And nobody was ever able to replicate it. So that rumor spread around the world quite happily, and there was a great science fiction story, I'm trying to remember, in which somebody got to eat some of an alien's RNA, and got magical powers. I think it's Larry Niven, who is wonderful at taking little scientific ideas and making a novel out of them. And his wife, Marilyn, was a undergraduate here. So she introduced me to Larry Niven, and I once got to write an article. I once gave a lecture and he wrote it up. It was one of the big thrills because Niven is one of my heroes. Imagine writing a book with a good idea in every paragraph. Werner Vinge and Larry Niven and Frederick Pohl seem to be able to do that, or at least on every page. I don't know about every paragraph. Yeah.
To follow up on that question, it seems to me that you almost were saying that if this machinery exists, the difference between these sort of animals would be the start state, and depending on the start state, we could either create like a chicken or a human.
Well, no, I don't think that. I don't think that most animals have scripts. Some might, but I'd say that I don't know where most animals are, but I sort of make these 6 levels, and I'd say that none of the animals have this top self-reflective layer, except for all we know, dolphins and chimpanzees and whatever. It would be nice to know more about octopuses because they do so much wonderful things with their 8 legs. How does it manage? Have you seen pictures of an octopus picking up a shell and walking to some quiet place? And there's some movies of this on the web. And then it drops the shell and climbs under it and disappears. It's hard to imagine programming a robot to do that. Yeah.
So, I've noticed both in your books and in the lecture, a lot of your models and diagrams seem to have very hierarchical structure to them. But as you've mentioned in your book and other places, passing between levels, feedback, and self-reference are all very important to intelligence. So I'm curious if you could discuss some of the uses of these very hierarchical models, why you represent so many things in that way, and some of the limitations there.
Well, it's probably very hard to debug things that aren't. So we need a sort of meta theory. One thing is that, for example, it looks like that all neurons are almost the same. Now, there's lots of difference in geometric features of them, but they all use the same 1 or 2 transmitters, and every now and then you run across people saying, oh, neurons are incredibly complicated. They have 100,000 connections. You can find it if you just look up neuron on the web and get these essays explaining that nobody will ever understand them because typically a neuron is connected to 100,000 others and blah, blah, blah. So it must be something inside the neuron that figures out all this stuff. As far as I can see, it looks almost the opposite, namely, probably the neuron hasn't changed for 500 million years very much, except in sort of superficial ways in which it grows. Because if you changed any of the genes controlling its metabolism or the way it propagates impulses, then then the animal would die before it was born. And so you can't make, that's why the embryology of all mammals is almost identical. You can't make a change at that level you can't make changes before the first generations of cell divisions, or everything would be clobbered. The architecture would be all screwed up. So I suspect that the people who say, well, maybe the important memories of a neuron are inside it because there's so many fibers and things. I bet it's sort of like saying the important memory in a computer is in the arsenic and phosphorus atoms of the semiconductor. So I think things have to be hierarchical in evolution, because if you're building later stuff on earlier stuff, then it's very hard to make any changes in the earlier stuff. So as far as I know, the neurons in sea anemones are almost identical to the neurons in mammals, except for the later stages of growth and the way the fibers ramify. And who knows, but there are many people who want to find the secret of the brain in what's inside the neurons rather than outside. And it'd be nice to get a textbook on neurology from 50 years in the future, see how much of that stuff mattered. Where are our time machines? Did you?
Most systems have a state that they prefer to be in, right? Like a state that they're most comfortable in. Do you think the mind has such a state, or like, would it tend to certain like places or something?
That's an interesting. How does that apply to living things? I mean, this bottle would rather be here than here, but I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, okay, so apparently, in Professor Tenenbaum's class, he shows this like example of a number game. He'll give you a sequence of numbers and he'll ask you to find a pattern in it. So for example, if you had a pattern like 10, 40, 50, and 55, he kind of asks the class to come up with like different things that could be describing the sequence. And you know, between a choice of, oh, this sequence is a sequence of the multiples of 5 versus a sequence of the multiples of 10 or multiples of 11,
Mm-hmm.
you know, he says something like, he phrases it like the multiples of 5 would have a higher prior probability. But so that got me thinking, like, why would that be? Would our minds have a preference for having as few categories as possible in trying to view the world around us, like trying to categorize things in as few things as possible, is what got me thinking about it.
Sounds very strange to me, but certainly if you're going to generate hypotheses, you have to have the way you do it depends on what does this problem remind you of. So I don't see how you could make a general. If you look at the history of psychology, there are so many efforts to find 3 laws of motion like Newton's. Is he trying to do that? I mean, you're talking about people with language and high-level semantics, and let's ask him what he meant. Yeah.
It's more of a social question, but there's always this debate about how if AI gets to the point where it can take care of humans, will it ever destroy humanity? And do you think that's something that we should fear? And if so, is there some way we can prevent it?
If you judge by by what's happened in AI since 1980, it's hard to imagine anything to fear. But funny you should mention that. I'm just trying to organize a conference sometime next year about disasters. And there's a nice book about disasters by, what's his name? The Astronomer Royal. What? Martin Rees. So he has a nice book, which I just ordered from Amazon, and it came the next day. And it has about 10 disasters, like a big meteor coming and hitting the Earth. I forget the other 10, but I have it in here somewhere. So I generated another list of 10 to go with it. And so there are lots of bad things that could happen. But I think right now that's not on the top of the list of disasters. Eventually, some hacker ought to be able to stop the net from working because it's not very secure. And while you're at it, you could probably knock out all of the navigation satellites and maybe set off a few nuclear reactors. But I don't think AI is the principal thing to worry about, but it should very suddenly get to be a problem. And there are lots of good science fiction stories. My favorite is the Colossus series by D.F. Jones. Anybody know? There was a movie called The Forbin Project, and it's about somebody who builds an AI, and it's trained to do some learning, and it's also the early days of the web, and it starts talking to another computer in Russia, and suddenly it gets faster and faster and takes over all the computers in the world and gets control of all the missiles because they're linked to the network. And it says, I will destroy all the cities in the world unless you clear off some island and start building the following machine. I think it's Sardinia or someplace. So they get bulldozers and it starts building another machine, which it calls Colossus 2. And they ask, what's it going to do? And Colossus says, well, you see, I have detected that there's a really bad AI out in space and it's coming this way. And I have to make myself smarter than it really quick. Anyway, see if you can order the sequel to Colossus. That's the second volume where the invader actually arrives, and I forget what happens. And then there's a third one, which was an anticlimax, because I guess D.F. Jones couldn't think of anything worse that could happen. But Martin Rees can. Yeah.
Going back to her question about example and if our mind has a state that it prefers to be in, would that example be more of a pattern recognition example? So instead of 10, 40, 50, 55, what if it was linguistical, like good, fine, great, and you have to come up with a word that that could potentially fit in that pattern. And then that pattern could be ways to answer, how are you?
Let's do an experiment. How many of you have a resting state? Sometimes when I have nothing else to do, I try to think of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star happening with the second one starting in the second measure, and then the third one starts up the third measure, and when that happens, I start losing the first one. And ever since I was a baby, when I have nothing else to do, which is almost never, I try to think of 3 versions of the same tune at once, and usually fail. What do you do when you have nothing else to do? Any volunteers? What's yours?
I try not to think anything at all. See how long it'll go.
You try not to or to?
Not to.
Isn't that a sort of Buddhist thing?
Guess so.
Do you ever succeed? How do you get out of it? You have to think, well, enough of this nothingness. If you succeeded, wouldn't you be dead? Or stuck?
Eventually some stimulus will appear that is too interesting to ignore.
Right, and the threshold goes down till
Right.
even the most boring thing is fascinating.
Yeah.
Make a good short story. Yep.
There was actually a movie that really got to me when I was little. These aliens were trying to infiltrate people's brains and like their thoughts. And to keep the aliens from infiltrating your thoughts, you had to think of a wall, which like didn't make any sense at all. But now whenever I try to think of nothing, I just end up thinking of a wall.
There are these awful psychoses, and about every 5 years, I get an email from someone who says that, please help me, there's some people who are putting these terrible ideas in my head. Have you ever gotten one, Pat? And they're sort of scary because you realize that maybe the person will suddenly figure out that it's you who's doing it. If they...
Mary Sussman put a couple of them together once, and I think they married.
I remember there was once, one of them came to visit, actually showed up, and he came to visit Norbert Wiener, who was famous for, I mean, he's the cybernetics person of the world. That was, and this person came in, and he got between Wiener and the door and started explaining that somebody was putting dirty words in his head and making the grass on their lawn die. And he was sure it was someone in the government, and this was getting pretty scary. And I was near the door, so I went and got Letvin. It's a true story. It was nearby, and I got Letvin to come in, and Letvin actually talked this guy down and took him by the arm and went somewhere, and I don't know what happened, but Wiener was really scared because the guy kept keeping him from going out. Letvin was big. Wiener is not very big. Anyway, that keeps happening every few years. I get one and I don't answer them. It probably doesn't he's probably sending it to several people, and I'm sure one of them is much better at it than we are. How many of you have ever had to deal with an obsessed person? How did they find you?
I don't know. They found a number of people in the media lab, actually.
Don't answer anything. But if they actually come, then it's not clear what to do. Last question. Thanks for coming.